Chapter 309. Xiaoduo stood on the podium and said loudly. What did he say? Everyone raised their heads and looked at him with bright eyes. Mr. Qin said. Xiaoduo's face was calm and steady. He finally gave up on fooling around and said cleanly. Mr. Qin said that he has taught you everything that he can. How far you can go in the future depends on your own choice and hard work. He also said that he hopes that when people mention your names in the future, he will not feel embarrassed. This is the only request he has for us after teaching us for so long. Xiaoduo said. The faces of the boys and girls in the class lit up. Bai Bingbing sobbed and shouted, I will not embarrass Mr. Qin. I will not embarrass Mr. Qin because of me. Me too. For a moment, the whole class was boiling. If that's the case, why don't you go and practice? Why don't you go and practice? All of you are just sitting here doing nothing. Even if you shout the slogan loudly, will you be able to make Teacher Qin proud? After saying this, Xiaoduo walked down from the podium. I'm going to the gravity room now. Let's go to the school to apply for a mission and practice. Work hard to become stronger and fight for the chance to meet Mr. Qin again. I can proudly tell him that I did not embarrass him. Let's go together. Let's go together. At noon, when everyone had just finished eating, they received a notice that Luo Lai would be taking over Qin Fangyang's class. Luo Lai, who received the news, smiled crookedly. It was worth it for him to threaten Li Changjiang and give him 2 bottles of good wine. If he had not threatened him, he would not have gotten the chance in front of the gravity room. How many times have you suppressed the restlessness of your true yuan? Xiaoduo asked Long Yuxing and the other 4. These 5 people were now in the same state as Xiaoduo in the past. Even when walking, they had to clamp their legs together. They didn't dare to exert any force, lest they break through. Li Chenglong's face was distorted. I've already done it 7 times. It's really uncomfortable now. I don't even dare to fart. This is too uncomfortable. Wan Lixiu's face was flushed red. Although Miss Wan's personality was that of a real man, the feeling of holding back and not breaking through again and again was really difficult and tiring. Not to mention, her family's conditions were excellent. Her spiritual medicine, spiritual pills, and cultivation resources were much better than others. Now, she had really reached her limit. I haven't gone to the toilet for 3 days. Wan Lixiu blushed. Now, I feel like I'm about to break through even if I'm just taking a breath. Just as they were talking, there was a puff from the side. It was Umo Yan farting. Then, they saw Umo Yan's pale face. His expression was indescribable. His face was distorted, and he muttered in disappointment, It's over, I broke through, I can't hold it in anymore. The others were covering their noses, their faces distorted. They didn't know if this sound was the fuse or something else, but it actually caused a chain reaction. Long Yuxing also had a change, he also broke through. But Umo Yan's fart was extraordinary, it was not vulgar at all. A foul stench filled the air. Xiaoduo covered his nose and ran away in embarrassment. His movement speed was very fast. Wan Lixiu also covered her nose and ran out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly stopped running, squatted down and screamed, Oh no, I also broke through. Then, it was Li Chenglong. The little fatty wanted to cry and laugh at this scene, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, while his mood was fluctuating, his vital energy took advantage of this and rushed up. He suddenly couldn't control himself. Ha! Only one ha came out. Li Chenglong wanted to restrain himself, and then, with a poof, he also broke through. In the end, Li Chongming also announced that he was defeated. On this day, Wanli Xiao and the other 4 people broke through almost at the same time. It could be said to be a good story, but the taste was not very good to say. Luo Lai excitedly came to receive his students. When he reached the door of the gravity room, he saw the situation at a glance. The 5 people's faces were all distorted. Wanli Xiao was squatting alone behind a tree. Her face was extremely ugly. There was an indescribable sense of loss and tears. What's wrong? Luo Lai moved closer to the few boys to ask, but suddenly, he smelled a stench. Immediately, he was hit by the stench. Damn! Luo Lai teacher was caught off guard. He subconsciously covered his nose. Who did this? I. And me. Luo Lai teacher was stunned. The 4 of you gathered together and farted. What are you playing at? Luo Lai could not understand, his brain short-circuited. What kind of hobby is this? No. Long Yuxing covered his nose. It's like this. After listening to the explanation, Luo Lai was even more confused. You mean the 5 of you, including Wanli Xiao? Because Mo Yen could not hold back and farted, it caused a chain reaction, and the 5 of you broke through to the Xiantian realm. Yes. Long Yuxing hurriedly changed his words. Xiao Air should not have broken through from farting. She. He still had to work hard to save his fiancée's face. Wanli Xiao's embarrassed and angry voice came from the other side. Long Yuxing, shut up. A fart. The 5 of them broke through to the Xiantian realm. This was a good fart. Luo Lai was very pleased, and he praised, what a good fart. Luo Lai was originally surprised, but his face gradually turned from surprise to distortion. There was no other reason. He realized that the stench around them did not dissipate. Instead, it became more and more intense. As an expert in cultivation, how could he not know that as the few of them broke through to the Xiantian realm, their vital energy was in an unprecedented state, causing the impurities in their bodies to be expelled from their bodies. Everything started to flow out. The few men felt embarrassed and covered their faces, not daring to look at others. As for Wanli Xiao, she was even more embarrassed, and did not dare to move. This is a good thing, don't be silly, quickly go and wash up more, and make sure you are clean. Luo Lai immediately played his role as a teacher, and directly emptied the school's teacher's bathroom. Quickly prepare the hot water, we will be there soon. Sua Xiao Duo watched from afar, almost laughing his guts out. He had experienced a similar situation before, and naturally knew the situation of the few of them. He was not worried at all, and only found it funny. He held his phone in his hand, and recorded this embarrassing scene to his heart's content, especially Wanli Xiao, who recorded a few more scenes than the others. Such a dark history. He must definitely record it. In the future. When the 5 of them were taken to the bathroom by Luo Lai, Sua Xiao's phone had already recorded several precious moments for each of them, and it was worth reminiscing for a long time. What a pity that this phone can only record images, and not smells. It would be better if it could record smells, but technology is still not advanced enough. Sua Xiao Duo put away his phone, looked up to the sky and sighed, deeply regretting that technology was not advanced enough. After a full hour, the 5 of them followed Luo Lai back with flushed faces. The 4 boys were scalded by the hot water, but Wanli Xiao was purely embarrassed. Although she knew that the current situation was not her problem, she still felt ashamed. As the daughter of the governor, she was so smelly in front of everyone. Even if there was a reason for it, it was still embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone is smelly with me. Wanli Xiao thought, and looked at Long Yuxing and the others from the corner of her eyes, and her heart was slightly comforted. Just as she was comforting herself. Ha 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 ha. Sua Xiao Duo appeared at the right time, and he was arrogant and self-important. Xiao Air. Sua Xiao Duo said proudly, you don't have to worry about it. Although you were all smelly just now, Xiao Air, your stench is completely different from theirs. Their stench is pure, but your stench still has some traces of cosmetics. It's slightly better than theirs and doesn't follow the conventional pattern. Sua Xiao Duo, you bitch. Before he could finish, Wanli Xiao had already rushed over with a big knife, looking like she would not stop until she was dead. Sua Xiao Duo let out a strange cry and left without saying a word. Sua Xiao Duo did not dare to provoke a woman who was in a rage. Just like that, Sua Xiao Duo was chased around second high 3 times by the angry Wanli Xiao. Wanli Xiao was exhausted, and only then did she sneak into the gravity room. What a scary mouth. Sua Xiao Duo was still patting his chest when he entered the gravity room. Sigh, Xiao Air can't take a joke. Long Yuxing is going to suffer for the rest of his life. Sua Xiao Duo still had a lingering fear, she's really too fierce. I'm really worried for him. On the other side, Wanli Xiao and Long Yuxing were fighting each other to consolidate their strength. Wanli Xiao was furious, and her fighting strength rose sharply. She was ruthless and did not leave any leeway. Long Yuxing and the other 3 men were all suppressed by the furious Wanli Xiao and beaten up. The 4 of them were completely helpless against a girl who did not care about her life. They could only passively defend and take the beating. Even if it was 4 against 1, they were still no match for her. Each of them cursed Sua Xiao Duo thousands of times in their hearts. You fucking played cheap and aroused Wanli Xiao's anger, but all of us had to bear it. This bitch. Luo Lai's eyebrows danced as he watched from the side. They were all geniuses indeed. Even without Sua Xiao Duo, this heaven-defying genius, just these 5 were enough to sweep the other schools. Luo Lai was also aware of the talent and hard work of these students. During the previous test, he also accompanied them throughout. Naturally, he knew that the real strength of these students had already reached the innate level. The reason why they had not broken through was that they were deliberately suppressing their breakthroughs, hoping to reach the maximum limit of their potential. However, including Sua Xiao Duo, these 6 people were Qin Fangyang's personal students from the warrior class. Even if Luo Lai envied them, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 310. But now that Qin Fangyang had suddenly left, only Luo Lai, who was most familiar with their strength, could be the head teacher. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Now, Wanli Xiao and the others were breaking through uncontrollably. Luo Lai was overjoyed, but he also had the thought of testing their current strength. After breaking through, their cultivation would improve and their strength would increase greatly. This was something that was set in stone, but he did not know to what extent it would increase. However, at this moment, he witnessed the battle atmosphere of these 5 people with his own eyes. Each of them was skilled in battle, and their awareness was sharp. This made Luo Lai happy and shocked. These people's skills and awareness have already reached the level of proficiency. They are extremely familiar with the application of battle techniques. What they lack is only the baptism of blood and the change of mentality to kill with their own hands. Not bad at all. It must have been hard on old Qin. How did he train such outstanding students? Luo Lai really admired Qin Fangyang this time. If you said that Sua Xiao Duo was a pervert, it could be said that he was lucky and managed to catch up with them. But to catch up with 6 of them in one go, how was that different from a fantasy? It could only be said that Qin Fangyang was really capable. At the level of Wanli Xiao and the others, he could help them push their realms up. But in terms of battle experience and awareness, it was impossible to teach them. This kind of tacit defense and attack was definitely not something that could be learned in a classroom. He did not know that the battle experience of Long Yuxing and the others had nothing to do with Qin Fangyang. It was purely from Swishaoduo's beating. Swishaoduo had transferred the terror that Swishaonian had unleashed on him to Wanli Xiao and the others. With Swishaoduo's ability to attract hatred, as long as they gathered together, they would beat each other into a pulp. In addition, the 5 of them would definitely join forces to fight against Swishaoduo. After such a long time, it would be strange if they did not have a tacit understanding. After the battle had ended, Luo Lai asked patiently and in a friendly manner. All of you have broken through. Good, good. How many times have you suppressed your Jin Yuan's restlessness? Luo Lai's smile was like a flower. At least 3 or 4 times. Teacher Luo put himself in other people's shoes. Back then, he had suppressed them once and had already been regarded as the best choice by the teachers. Of course, these children had performed much better than him back then, so of course, he had said it once or twice more. I should be 8 times. Long Yuxing replied uncertainly. Then, he scratched his head and said, I don't know if the last time I failed to suppress it counts. I did it 9 times. Wanli Xiao said. Me too, 9 times. Yu Moyan was very concise. 8 times. Li Zhongming sighed. He, I did it 10 times. Li Chenglong sighed in satisfaction. He had been back-to-back with Swishaoduo for a long time and had benefited from the Flaming Sun divine art many times. Therefore, his foundation was the thickest among the 5 of them. According to his self-assessment, he could have suppressed it 1 more time. In the end, these people's Jin Yuan's restlessness had affected his own rhythm. In the end, all his efforts had been for naught. That it was all Yu Moyan's fault. Why did he have to fart for no reason? Li Chenglong really wanted to beat Yu Moyan up now. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times. Luo Lai felt a little dizzy. For a moment, he did not dare to believe the numbers that his ears had heard. 8 times, 9 times, or even 10 times was an astonishing number. In second high. No, even in the entire Phoenix City, this had never happened before. Now, in front of him, there were actually 5 of them. No. How could there only be 5 of them? There was also that Swishaoduo. His strength was above the 5 people in front of him. He believed that the number of times he had suppressed it was more than 8 or 9 times. At the very least, it should be 10, 11, or even 12 times, right? Luo Lai was about to faint again, but this time, he was happy. These are all my students. Qin Fangyang, once you left this special honor to me. I, Luo Lai, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. You must remember this. Luo Lai lowered his voice and solemnly reminded, even if you go to the High Martial Arts Institute in the future, when someone asks about this, you can only say that it was 2 or 3 times. Do you understand? Why? Yu Moyan said, isn't it said that the higher one's aptitude, the higher the inclination of resources one receives? Luo Lai laughed bitterly. This sentence itself is not wrong. In reality, the treatment is indeed so. But astral souls humans, the problem of having good and bad people mixed together has never changed since ancient times. People who are jealous of talent and ability are everywhere. Some people, even if the flood is overflowing and the continent is sinking, in their eyes, they can only see their own interests. And some people, even if the continent is going to fall tomorrow, they still want to trample on the geniuses who are stronger than them or even destroy them. Luo Lai said desolately, some people, even after learning a lot of skills, betrayed the continent early on for their own interests. They became the Umno Alliance's spies. Sometimes, when one's aptitude is high and has great potential, in the eyes of others, it is just a stumbling block, or an obstacle that prevents one from moving forward. Hiding one's strength is the way to live peacefully in the world. If it isn't someone you trust the most, never reveal your true strength. This world is far more complicated than you think, much more complicated, to the point that you can't even imagine. Luo Lai said earnestly, it's okay that you don't understand now. But you must remember, I will not harm you. You must do as I say, understand. When you are weak, protecting your own life is the most important thing. We will remember. Teacher Luo. Just as Luo Lai said, although they did not understand now, they still remembered this deeply. However, they firmly branded this warning in the depths of their hearts, and they absolutely couldn't easily expose their natural talent and reserves. Now, each of you use the astral soul's jade to enrich yourselves. Stabilize your current realm. Although the cultivation of these little guys had completely stabilized now, Luo Lai still felt that if it could be stabilized, it would be better. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was already in the gravity room, Luo Lai felt that he did not need to worry about him. In the gravity room, Zhuo Xiaoduo was sweating profusely. This was the first time he was training in a 50x gravity room with 30,000 Jin on each arm. As the door of the gravity room closed, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately felt that both his arms were about to hit the ground. Even if he used all his strength, he still could not move them. The only thing he could do now was to slowly raise his arms. He raised them up and let all the strength and gravity act on his entire body. After that, he maintained his current posture, keeping his body upright. His legs were naturally planted, and his back was perfectly straight. He used his entire body to evenly share the pressure. Under the effect of 50 times the gravity, he had to bear 60,000 Jin of weight. After only 1 minute, he was already sweating profusely, and it was difficult for him to cope. However, he tried his best to regulate his breathing. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm as he endured the mountain-like gravity. The true yuan in his body circulated crazily, and the dragon blood-flying dagger and the astral soul's jade, which he had placed earlier, continuously poured energy into his meridians. This was the only way to replenish his energy. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Right now, he was purely relying on his physical body to endure. What he needed to urgently improve now was the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, his Universe Sun Moon 99 Kitty Hammer would not be able to be used for a very, very long time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms seemed to be maintaining a constant posture, but his arms were already trembling slightly. However, he did not seem to feel it at all. Any kind of strength training could not be completed in a day, and the body could not be strengthened in a day. Right now, he just wanted to accumulate it bit by bit. Zhuo Xiaoduo was incomparably grateful for his previous inertia. Although he had not entered the gravity chamber after the war, he had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body, regardless of whether he was eating or sleeping. Even at the old principal's funeral, during the first 7 soul nights, Zhuo Xiaoduo had always carried a weight of 60,000 kilograms on his body. He knew that the old principal would not blame him. The old principal would only be gratified to see such effort. If it had not been for the buffer of a few days, he would have been pressed to the ground by this terrifying pressure the moment he entered the gravity chamber. I will fulfill the old principal's wishes one by one. Teacher Qin will not be the only one who will do it. I will do it too. Zhuo Xiaoduo silently made up his mind. If the old principal wants to be number 1 in the Central Plains, then I must get it. If the old principal wants to see second high students become number 1 in the world, then I must seize that number 1. This is the goal I need to achieve in the near future. My cultivation is shallow now, and I can't compete with the heroes of the world for a day. However, among my peers, I must seize this number 1. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's vow, and also his true thoughts. If one were to ask who had played the most important role in the Phoenix bloodline soul cleansing, then other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, He Yuanyue was undoubtedly worthy of the title. Even Qin Fangyang, who had put in a lot of effort and fought on the front lines, had to be behind her. It could be said that without Heartwarming, without the initial foreshadowing, and without the gathering of manpower, no matter how desperate Xiaoduo was, no matter how hysterical he was, no matter how clever he was, without the premise of the general trend of providence, how could one affect the outcome? Just this point alone made Xiaoduo's gratitude towards Heartwarming indescribable. If it were not for her, he would never have given the coin that represented Xiaoyan's phoenix bloodline and pinned a completely unrealistic hope on it. When Heartwarming passed away, he only cried once on the first day. After that, he did not shed a single tear. It was not that he was cold, but he knew that crying was useless. I want the old principal to see my efforts. I'm working hard to achieve my goals. This is what the old principal wants to see. Xiaoduo did not say the vow out loud. He only silently kept it in his heart. However, every single word had already been imprinted in his heart. Ever since he entered the school, the person who had the biggest impact on Xiaoduo had always been Heartwarming. However, after the Phoenix bloodline's soul cleansing, there were two more people. The first in line was Heartwarming. Her life was selfless, full of love, gentle and kind, like the spring wind and rain. For the country and the people, she was chivalrous and gentle. Heartwarming could be said to have influenced Xiaoduo's future to a considerable extent. She did not preach at all, but she made Xiaoduo truly understand the direction he wanted to go in the future. Moreover, he would resolutely and steadily walk down this path. As for the third, it was naturally Qin Fangyang, a selfless mentor and helpful friend. Xiaoduo respected and was grateful to these three people from the bottom of his heart. It was these three people who were filled with warmth, unspoken love, righteousness, and an awe-inspiring aura. They made Xiaoduo, a rebellious, crafty, and eccentric young man, who was bent on stepping on the heterodox path, and possessed a demonic heart, maintain the most glorious goal from beginning to end. The most correct direction, that of full 4.5 hours. Even Heartwarming, who had specially come to inform him, had been waiting outside for 2.5 hours. Xiaoduo did not know anything about the outside world. Every time he could no longer hold on, every time his bones creaked, Xiaoduo would circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra and let it circulate in his body for 99 cycles. He used the Flaming Sun Sutra to increase his body's strength and recover some of his fatigue. Then, he would stop the Flaming Sun Sutra and continue to use his body to endure. This cycle was to train his body to the greatest extent, so that he could reach a higher level in the shortest time possible. I want my 99-cat hammer to be like a piece of grass in my hands. I'll hit wherever I want to hit. In the future, I'll beat people to death as I wish, but I'll also want my enemies' spatial rings and wealth. I must not smash them. It would be a pity and a waste if I smash them all. I want to have both the fish and the bear's paw. Is that wrong? In order to achieve this goal, I'll do it even if I have to die of exhaustion. Millions of pounds will be like a piece of grass in my hands, dancing lightly. Xiaoduo made a great wish in his heart. His eyes shone with a golden light as he looked forward to the day when his sleeves would be filled with gold. That day, when he saw so many spatial ring fragments, Xiaoduo's heart almost broke. He really didn't want to experience such a cruel scene again. Now, I finally know how important perfect control is. No wonder all the experts are so particular about perfect control. It's the basic operation of a miser. Xiaoduo felt that he finally understood, all the experts were misers. So, since they're so greedy, why can't I make a fortune while I'm at it? Based on this, Xiaoduo became more and more confident. He continued until the last minute, the last moment. Xiaoduo's entire body was drenched in sweat, almost turning him into a mummy. Only then did he muster up his remaining courage and circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra that was almost exhausted. He supported himself to the door, opened it, and walked out. Just as he walked out of the room, he fell to the ground with a plop. He almost fainted and gasped for breath. Hu Ruoyun's heartbroken voice sounded, "Why are you so tired? Quick! Bring a bowl of water." Then, she stuffed an elixir into his mouth. She was extremely gentle. Sua Xiaoduo felt sad and disappointed, but also gentle and grateful. He was sad and disappointed. Teacher Qin Fangyang, who would drag him by the hair every time he crawled out from exhaustion, didn't appear this time. He was gentle and grateful because of Teacher Hu Ruoyun's meticulous care and concern. It filled his heart with warmth and moved him. "I'm fine." Sua Xiaoduo drank a big bowl of water and sat up with support. He chuckled, "I'm just a little tired from training. I'll be fine after some rest." "Really, I'll be fine after a while." Hu Ruoyun was still full of concern. At the side, Long Yuxing and the others were a little disappointed when they saw this scene. Now, the teacher's care was like a spring breeze, but they felt that something was missing. Teacher Qin, who mingled with the students and looked very rough. He kicked Sua Xiaoduo here and there, and when he saw his students' achievements, he happily kicked Sua Xiaoduo like a shuttlecock. That has he really left us? The Central Plains Martial Arts School Ranking Competition. Hu Ruoyun briefly explained the notice she brought. Originally, the 6 of you were qualified to graduate directly. But before the old principal died, he appointed you 6 to form a team and bring back the honor that the old principal had been looking forward to for decades for second high. The martial arts school ranking competition is less than a month away. I hope you don't slack off during this month and face this battle in your best condition. Hu Ruoyun said. We won't disappoint the old principal. Sua Xiaoduo raised his head and said in a sonorous voice. Ever since the old principal established second high, he started to participate in the martial arts school ranking competition 60 years ago. In the beginning, he was outside the top 1,000, but in recent years, he could directly break into the top 10. Especially since the year before last, he broke into the top 10 for the first time in history. For 2 consecutive years, he was ranked 9th. As for where you can get this year, it depends on your performance. Hu Ruoyun's voice was heavy. She said softly, don't let us down, but don't be too stressed. Just do your best. Yes. Understood. The 6 people answered in unison. The rest is up to you. You can choose your own captain and vice-captain, and then submit the name list. Hu Ruoyun smiled gently. It's good to improve your cultivation and completely transform your combat power into your own, but don't practice too hard. You should know that more haste, less speed. If you hurt your origin, it's not a joke. As she spoke, she couldn't help but step forward. She habitually tidied Sua Xiaoduo's lapel and smoothed his wet hair. She smiled and said, good luck. Then she turned around and left. Sua Xiaoduo smiled foolishly. Teacher who still regarded me as the one who had stayed back for 5 years. Even the way she smoothed my hair was the same as before. Wanli Xiao and the others looked at Sua Xiaoduo and couldn't help but feel jealous. This guy. Why should he be treated better than us? This guy is obviously so cheap, but the gentle teacher who is so nice to him. This chapter has 5,000 words, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 311. You can discuss among yourselves. Since school is over, take your time to discuss. Luo Lai laughed. Sua Xiaoduo, I'm your new form teacher. We're old acquaintances. Ha. Teacher Luo's attitude was a little cautious. It even sounded like he was trying to flatter Xiao. He was really worried that Duo would not accept him as his teacher. This kid was not only a super genius, but he was also a troublemaker. Now, the entire 9th class followed his lead. Moreover, this kid had the best relationship with Qin Fangyang. If this kid took the lead to cause trouble, as the form teacher, he would have to put in a lot of effort. The results would definitely not be good. Hello, Teacher Luo. Duo bowed respectfully and waved his hand. Kids. Here. Wanli Xiao and the other 4 replied in unison. Follow this boss to school. Oh yeah. Oh. The 6 of them formed a whirlwind and rolled out of the school together. Luo Lai sighed behind them. He could clearly feel the estrangement between him and Duo and the others. Or rather, the children could accept him as their form teacher and give him a basic polite attitude. However, when it came to replacing Qin Fangyang's position in their hearts, he could forget about it. Thinking about it was just wishful thinking. There's still a long way to go. Luo Lai muttered. Teacher Luo, what's wrong? Do you have any ideas? Hu Ruoyun asked behind him. What ideas can I have? Old Qin's image in the hearts of these children is unshakable. I'll do my best and not think about changing anything. Luo Lai admitted honestly. He was a little disappointed. Ha! Hu Ruoyun smiled. Do you think that teacher Qin Fangyang's peach is so easy to pick? Or do you think that you're the luckiest person in the whole school? In fact, everyone knows that the 9th class has been transformed into a class for geniuses by teacher Qin Fangyang. However, everyone is not that interested. What do you think is the reason? Why? That's right. We don't have Qin Fangyang's charisma, nor are we like teacher Qin Fangyang, who is willing to sacrifice everything for his students. If he can't even achieve these 2 things, then there's no need to talk about anything else. Not to mention, he still has the astonishing battle prowess to look down on the entire Phoenix City. Do you understand now? The reason why no one wants to compete is not because they are not strong enough, or because they are not familiar with teacher Qin, or because they have not interacted with Duo and the others. These are not enough advantages. Hu Ruoyun said leisurely, now that you've taken over the position of head teacher, it's only a month away from graduation. How meaningful can it be? At most, she's just like a kindergarten teacher, helping Qin Fangyang to keep an eye on the children so they don't cause trouble. When these kids graduate, the only teacher they will acknowledge will still be Qin Fangyang and no one else. Their respect for you is just superficial. Let's take a step back. If that's not the case, there are so many young geniuses. How would you have the authority to be their teacher? Just based on Xiaoduo's respectful attitude towards me, do you think I, Hu Ruoyun, can't compete with you? Hu Ruoyun laughed loudly. Teacher Luo, good luck. Before she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Luo Lai was stunned at first. Then, his face turned red and he said angrily, I'll resign tomorrow. It's too late. Hu Ruoyun's voice came from afar. Everyone knows about your threats and gifts. You shamelessly got this position. Now you want to resign. Is that even possible? Luo Lai was stunned. Duo and the others left the school. Should we find a place to discuss the future? Why don't we go to Phoenix Turning Around? Yu Moyan suggested. The 5 of them were stunned when they heard this. There's no need to go to Phoenix Turning Around. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly, to disturb the old principal's peace for such a small matter. Besides, we don't have any honor now. If we go and discuss, what if we don't get anything? We'll be embarrassed. We have to embarrass the old principal in the underworld with us. Well, let's just find a place. It's just a matter of a few words. Duo rolled his eyes. Oh right, we haven't had a meal together yet. Let's do it today. Li Chenglong will treat everyone. Those who agree, please clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was stunned. When did I say I'm treating everyone? Everyone voted to resolve it. It's you. Let's go. The 6 young men and women surrounded Li Chenglong, who was spitting saliva all the way. They laughed and joked as they walked away. Everyone found a random restaurant, but they did not hold back at all when they ordered a table full of dishes. So as Xiao Duo took out his phone and asked for leave, it's a class reunion today. I won't be home for dinner. Sui Xiaonian said something on the other end and Sui Xiao Duo hung up, looking embarrassed. Yo, someone's been criticized. Li Chenglong gloated. What do you know? My status in my family is so high that you can't imagine it. Sui Xiao Duo said smugly. Tisk. 5 middle fingers. Let's discuss the candidates for the captain and vice-captain. I'll definitely be the captain. Who agrees and who disagrees? Sui Xiao Duo looked around disdainfully. No objections. Vice-captain, I suggest Swollen. Who agrees and who disagrees? No objections. End of meeting. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Li Chenglong was anxious. What about the tactical deployment? Sui Xiao Duo took a mouthful of food and said slowly, tactical deployment. This should be your overall plan, but I don't think it's necessary. My plan is like this. The 5 of them put down their chopsticks and listened quietly to Sui Xiaoduo's big plan. This time, 1,500 schools in the Central Plains will compete together. Those who are eliminated in the first round will naturally go home. Therefore, the battle to enter the 750th place is basically a free pass. We were ranked 9th in the previous tournament, so we're definitely a seeded team. I reckon that no matter which school we face in the first round, we only need one person to defeat them. Then, in the battle from 750 to 375 schools, the second person will be changed, but one person will still be able to defeat them. In the battle from 180 schools, the third person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 90 schools, the fourth person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle from 45 schools, one person will be sent, and one person will be able to defeat them. In the battle for the top 20 schools, the 6th person will be sent, and still one person will be able to defeat them. In other words, each person will be in charge of one school and take turns to do it. There is no need for additional planning. However, the first few schools must be defeated in one go. There must be no entanglement. There will be no elimination battles, and all of them will be sent straight. Sui Xiao Duo took it for granted and said arrogantly, how simple. The other 5 people were silent for a long time without saying a word. Big brother, are you treating the other schools as clay chickens and pottery dogs? Are there no geniuses in the entire Central Plains? Aren't you being too confident? Even if the first, second, or even third battle may be lucky and encounter a weak opponent, the later opponents are bound to be stronger. Where did you get the confidence to defeat all 6 battles by yourself? After entering the top 20, the situation can no longer be taken lightly. After all, there will be cross battles, which is to say, fight in pairs. First, 10 winners will be determined, and the remaining 10 will fight. In this battle, only 5 will be eliminated. 15 schools will be left. The top 7 of the 15 teams will be selected, and the remaining 8 teams will fight in pairs to choose the top 4. 4 will be eliminated, and 11 will be left. Sui Xiao Duo had a headache as he spoke. Who the hell made this rule? Why is it so roundabout? 11 schools will be selected for the top 5, and 1 will be given a bye. The remaining 5 schools will fight for 3 places with a bye. That will be the final 8. After entering the top 8. It's not the top 4, semi-finals, or finals, but another cross battle. The winner only has to fight in 2 battles. The loser has to fight in 3 battles, and only the last 2 places in the top 8 will be eliminated. Top 6. Zhuoxiao's mouth was dry, and he kept cursing. This kind of competition rule is simply stupid. It's not good to decide the winner and loser in one battle. The winner stays, and the loser scrums. Round after round, isn't it too troublesome? This is for the sake of fairness. For example, 2 schools originally have the potential to compete for the first place, but if one school is eliminated in the first round of drawing lots, and the eliminated school clearly has the strength to be in the top 3, it's really unfair. Li Chenglong said, that's why there is such a rule. Isn't luck a part of strength? In short, it's so annoying. Zhuoxiao Duo said irritably, my opinion is that we will only send one person in each round of battle. He will defeat all the opponents and be the first to qualify. Everything will be fine. The deployment is complete. Does anyone have any objections? Yes. Li Chenglong frowned and said, this arrangement is a little too careless. Just now, Boss Zhuo also said that luck is also a part of one's strength. If we are blindly careless and encounter a tyrannical academy, there will be no way to recover from our defeat. We really don't have overwhelming strength. The Central Plains is vast, and there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are countless ancient martial arts families and geniuses. Maybe Zhuo is invincible among your peers, but the 5 of us don't have the confidence to look down on everyone. If you can't do it, I'll do it. Zhuoxiao Duo squinted and said, and? What do you mean by the 5 of you don't have the confidence? I don't want to hear this a second time. Let me tell you, for the next month, each and every one of you will have to practice the martial arts of your respective families and schools. If you're really unlucky and meet someone you can't match, I won't be so inhumane to blame you. I'll just fill in the gaps. But if you meet someone you can handle and still lose. Zhuoxiao Duo snorted coldly, I'll let you know what it means to be beaten up by society. The 5 of them shuddered at the same time. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely complete the task. Chapter 312. The subsequent training of the 6 of them shocked the entire school. In the eyes of both the teachers and the students, there was only one feeling, appalling and unbearable to look at. Just the news of the first day of training made Li Changjiang fly into a rage. Not to mention anything else, on the first day of the battle practice, the 6 of them directly destroyed all the martial arts training fields in the school. Pits could be seen everywhere, easily several meters deep. Even the high platform in the middle of the martial arts training field, where the teachers were supervising the students' training, was kicked away by Li Chenglong and Li Changming. Li Changming dodged around the platform, and Li Chenglong was furious. He felt that the platform was a hindrance, so he lost his temper and kicked up the platform, along with the 4 teachers on it, flew out together. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang's roar was earth-shattering. Are you rebelling? Is this training or tearing down the school? Li Chenglong, call your parents to the school tomorrow. Compensate. All of you, get out of here and train. Li Changjiang was mad. Qin Fangyang had just left, and it had only been a few days. Were these guys going to turn the world upside down? And that Luo Lai, were you there to be a teacher or to be a bootlicker? After destroying the martial arts training field, Luo Lai actually went over and asked, is your leg okay? What the hell was this? He was so angry that his liver hurt. Zhuoxiao Duo and the others, who had been yelled at, obediently followed Luo Lai out of the city for training. Li Changjiang looked at the name list in the principal's office, and his head hurt. Just a name list. Is there a need to make a list? Captains were Xiao Duo, Vice Captain Li Chenglong, team members Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming. Isn't this the configuration all along? Hu Ruoyun, who was beside him, said, "It has always been like this. Do we have to change it? What about the tactics? Where's the deployment?" Li Chongjiang pointed at the list. "What about the strategy and tactics?" Cough cough. Hu Ruoyun coughed. "They're saying that they're going to directly sweep through. Only one person will be sent out in each battle, and they'll break through." Cough cough. Arrogant. Li Chongjiang flew into a rage. Who do they think they are? How dare you look down on the heroes of the world? It had to be said that Headmaster Li was furious. Previously, although the old principal didn't care about anything, she was still there to support him. Now that the old principal was gone, Li Chongjiang immediately felt that his responsibility had doubled. It had only been a few days, but he had already become much more haggard. Sadness, reluctance, pain, and a mountain of things pressed down on him. Li Chongjiang was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Hu Ruoyun stepped forward and gently massaged her husband's temples. "Chongjiang, don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't worry. They're not children who don't know what to do. Since they dared to come up with such a strategy, they must be confident. Especially that child, Xiao Duo, he definitely won't let the old principal down." Hu Ruoyun said softly, "What you need to do now is to relax yourself. The old principal has been working for his whole life, and that's why he's able to do so as if it's nothing. Even if you work yourself to death, you definitely won't be able to reach the old principal's level in a short time. Patience. Take it slow and don't think too far ahead. For the time being, just look at what's in front of us and deal with it one by one. We only need to do the best we can for each and every one of them. The most important thing is to act according to our capabilities. Don't try to compare yourself to the old principal. At least, it's impossible in a short time." Hu Ruoyun said sadly, "A legend like the old principal. There aren't many people in the entire continent. But as long as you do well, I believe that one day, you'll definitely be able to reach that level. I'll help you." Li Changjiang's stiff body slowly relaxed. Finally, he slumped into the chair and muttered, "When the old principal was here, I really didn't feel that these things were so difficult. But now, it's mainly the feeling of suddenly losing your backbone. Actually, you've already done very well in these matters." Hu Ruoyun comforted him, "You're the successor principal of second middle school who was recognized by the old principal. The old principal wouldn't be wrong. Believe in the old principal's judgment, and even more so, believe in your own ability." "Yes." This time, going out for the trial could be said to be completely worry-free. Well, the main thing was that the Umno Alliance people were either dead or gone. There wasn't a single person from the Umno Alliance in the territory of Phoenix City. Of course, they could be at ease and be bold. At least, Sua Xiaoduo and the rest were really at ease. They all rushed out happily. They didn't even have to search for spiritual medicine resources. They just had to find suitable star beasts to battle. With their current level, they swept through the places that the innate realm could enter. Then, they entered the area that only the embryonic breathing realm could enter. Nothing was forbidden, and there were few who could match them. Probably because they were too unhindered, the 6 of them became bolder and bolder. After that, they even rushed into the Origin Elixir Realm trial area and fought there for a whole day. In the end, they came out with hundreds of star beast corpses and bruises all over their bodies. Awesome! The 6 of them looked up to the sky and roared. Luo Lai, who had been following them, was in a daze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The trial area for the Origin Elixir realm could no longer be considered a trial area. At least for the students in the school, it was a forbidden area. Even the Origin Elixir realm experts could only guarantee their own safety in that area. However, under the leadership of Zhou Xiaoduo, Wanli Xiao, and the rest swept through the outer area of the trial area for the Origin Elixir realm. They even worked together to kill more than 100 star beasts. As the battle continued, although Long Yuxing and the rest still couldn't defeat the star beasts in the beginning stage of the Origin Elixir realm on their own, working together was more than enough to protect themselves. As for Zhou Xiaoduo, Luo Lai felt that this guy was a mystery. For this competition, Zhou Xiaoduo purposely gave himself the nickname of Iron Fist Prince. Zhou Xiaoduo's reason was very reasonable. Since number 1 high school has a blue sword prince, number 2 high school will also have a famous prince. I will be called Iron Fist Prince. When he heard this nickname, even Luo Lai's legs cramped up. Iron Fist Prince, Zhou Xiaoduo. Have you practiced martial arts before? What kind of martial arts are you talking about? As the homeroom teacher and Qin Fangyang's old friend, Luo Lai knew Zhou Xiaoduo's true strength very well. On the surface, Zhou Xiaoduo was good at palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork. However, in reality, Zhou Xiaoduo was better at using hidden weapons. However, his real trump card was his sword techniques. He even had a sword that could be called a divine weapon. A guy like that actually dares to call himself the Iron Fist Prince, hiding all his abilities. How cunning are you? Layer by layer, it was all a mystery. In the future, when I meet Zhou Xiaoduo's opponents, especially those who are familiar with their opponent's information, I will be doubting my life. Luo Lai sighed deeply. On the second day of the trial, Zhou Xiaoduo came up with another idea. I will enter the primordial elixir area by myself. Let them go back to the embryonic breathing training area by themselves. With me following, their sense of danger will not be strong. It will be difficult for them to unleash their potential. I will also have to take care of them. It is not suitable. Luo Lai thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiaoduo's suggestion was very reasonable. However, the problem that followed was that there were not enough teachers to take care of both sides. Luo Lai could only ask Hu Ruoyan for external help to prevent any accidents. After returning to the embryonic breathing training area with Long Yuxing and the rest, Long Yuxing and the rest began to strongly request to go alone. Luo Lai only pondered for a moment before agreeing to it. Zhou Xiaoduo's combat power was far superior to Long Yuxing and the rest. Hence, Luo Lai agreed to let him train in the primordial elixir training area. Ultimately, it was still because his personal power was sufficient. Similarly, Long Yuxing and the rest's combat power was tyrannical. It was difficult to hurt Long Yuxing and the rest with just the embryonic breathing realm star beasts. It should be known that if the combat power of the star beasts was similar to the human realm, then the star beasts' combat power would be higher than the human. Luo Lai, who had taught for many years, naturally knew this clearly. Previously, he had witnessed Long Yuxing and the rest persevering under the attacks of the star beasts and honing their own martial arts techniques. He had also slowly discovered battle techniques that were more compatible with their own characteristics. These were all great gains. Furthermore, these little guys had obviously learned many martial arts techniques and even martial arts techniques in private. However, as they had just learned them and were not familiar with them, they could use the star beasts to hone their skills. After all, actual combat was the best way to hone one's martial arts techniques. Although there was no risk, it was within a controllable range. Martial arts are only taught when one enters the innate realm. Luo Lai sighed in his heart. Luo Lai focused on Long Yuxing and the rest of the 5 people. After watching for a long time, he saw that the few of them had gradually progressed from strangers to beginners. He could not help but secretly nod his head. This group of little guys not only practiced hard when they went out for training, but also when they returned home at night. Moreover, the martial arts techniques that these few people practiced were all unique in their own ways. They were not inferior to the high-level martial arts techniques that were collected by the second high school martial arts school. Among them, Li Xiangming's Dream Divine technique was especially exquisite. It had its own system and style. For example, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Li Chenglong, and the rest all had their own unique ways. Among them, only Yu Moyan's performance was slightly mediocre. The mediocre here did not mean that the person was mediocre, but that the martial arts techniques that he practiced were mediocre. Luo Lai looked at Yu Moyan's internal, external, and light body techniques again and again. He touched his chin and pondered. Yu Moyan, come to school early tomorrow morning. I will apply and bring you to the pavilion of martial arts. You can go in and pick out the martial arts that are more suitable for you. Luo Lai had obviously made up his mind to help Yu Moyan make up for this shortcoming. Yu Moyan was dazed for a second and then showed gratitude on his face. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Luo. On the other side, Zhuo Duo was fighting fiercely in the trial area of the inner core stage. As a person, he would fight if he could and run if he could not win. He would go to other places to fight and then come back to fight. If he still could not win, he would run again. A saber-winged tiger in the middle stage of the inner core stage had been annoyed by him. It wanted to kill him directly, but it could not. It wanted to run away, but it could not. Even if it wanted to hide, it could not. If it ran away without caring about anything, Zhuo Duo, the bad guy, would go after the 4 tiger cubs. The big tiger could not go far with the tiger cubs. If it wanted to take them away in one go, it would be attacked by Zhuo Duo. Therefore, it could only stay and wait for Zhuo Duo to harass it again and again. The saber-toothed tiger was so angry that it kept roaring. This 2-legged beast was so annoying. How could a human be so despicable? When it was time to leave, the saber-winged tiger was so tired that it could not be angry anymore. It lay on the ground and stuck out its tongue like a big dog. Zhuo Duo waved goodbye from the other side. Let's go, big tiger. I will come and see you tomorrow. See your sister. Seeing that Zhuo Duo had finally left, the big tiger regained its strength and immediately went back to its nest. It picked up 2 tiger cubs in its mouth, carried the other 2 on its back, and carried them with its wings. And left quickly. It was better to go and find their father. Although that guy made the big tiger so angry that it separated the 2 places, it seemed that it could not live without him. Chapter 313. The saber-winged tiger was about to go crazy. Whoever wants to stay in this lousy place can stay. Anyway, I'm not going to live here. Zhuo Duo naturally didn't know that his despicable actions had actually caused the reunion of a tiger couple. He also didn't know that he had solved the problem of their separation. As he walked on the road, he only felt very excited. These 2 days of training made him feel that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Well, the strength here referred to strength. All kinds of martial arts were gradually showing signs of mastery. Well, he had to let Nian Cat accompany him to practice at night. He really didn't have time now. The competition would be in a few days. Zhuo was very busy during this period. She was now helping to patrol the entire city and straighten out the city rules. Whenever she saw something unfair, she would immediately take action without saying a word. Especially the accidents that happened near the families of the military martyrs, she cleaned up everything in detail. Not only the families who had sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse soul, but also the families of the military martyrs. Zhuo carefully investigated them. She hoped to eliminate as many unfavorable factors for the heroes' families as possible. In addition, during this period, she also visited several martial arts schools in Phoenix City and several leaders of ordinary schools. After that, she visited the governor's mansion, Star Shield, the Martial Arts Education Bureau, and the city guards. Zhou Xiaoyan only had one purpose: to take care of the heroes' families. The influence of the spiritual goddess was now very, very big, at least in the area of Phoenix City. Regardless of whether it was official or private, they would at least give her 70% respect and 30% face. With regards to her request, all the schools and bureaus agreed without hesitation. And as she ran day after day, Zhou Xiaoyan felt that her state of mind was slowly calming down, becoming peaceful and quiet. She could even feel that she had changed. It was getting quieter and quieter. It was getting calmer and calmer. After the Phoenix Pulse Soul, she had always felt a lot of guilt towards Phoenix City and the people who had sacrificed themselves. And this guilt made Zhou Xiaoyan's state of mind fluctuate. It could be said that it was extremely detrimental to her cultivation. But as time passed, in addition to various actions, this guilt gradually turned into motivation. The best reward is to let the hero go with peace of mind. All the guilt, all the uneasiness in his heart, even if it often hung in his heart and overflowed with words, was still of no use. Instead of saying 1,000 things, it is better to do it. Only by putting it into action can you make up for it. The true qi in Zhou Xiaoyan's body was like a tide, rushing through her body. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the breakthrough of a major realm, the effect of the Moon Soul Sutra became more and more obvious. Wherever Zhou Xiaoyan went, everyone would unconsciously feel a refreshing feeling of being bathed in moonlight. In fact, her temperament was becoming colder and colder. However, when she was facing Zhou Xiaoduo, this coldness was easily broken. Perhaps it was because Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help herself. And now that under the cold moonlight, Zhou Xiaoyan was beating up Zhou Xiaoduo. "Who are you to call Nian, er?" After the beating, Zhou Xiaoduo became well-behaved again, but in a state similar to dejection. It could also be said that he was listless. Zhou Xiaoduo had been fighting in the trial area of the inner core state for several days. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. It even made him feel that it was reasonable for him to beat up Zhou Xiaoyan, who had just broken through to the inner core state. Seeing her again today, he naturally raised his tail up. He started to call her Nian, er. In the end, he was caught by Zhou Xiaoyan and beaten up like before. He couldn't resist at all. His entire body was pressed to the ground, and his mouth was almost pressed into the ground. Even though he felt that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he still couldn't get rid of the shackles of that delicate hand. Zhou Xiaoduo finally realized that there was still a huge gap between the two of them, an immeasurable gap. As Zhou Xiaoyan broke through to the inner core state, the gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. The so-called divine power, the so-called flexibility, the so-called genius, the so-called dot in front of Zhou Xiaoyan's hands, all of them were like bubbles and shadows. His lack of confidence and cowardice made him step back a few centimeters from Zhou Xiaoyan. "No, I have to defeat her. Even if I have to use up all my energy, I have to defeat her." Zhou Xiaoduo was so determined that he practiced even harder. For 10 days, he almost didn't care about his life anymore. He fought with the star beasts during the day, and fought with Zhou Xiaoyan at night, who was even fiercer than the star beasts. He gradually got used to the 30,000 kilogram weight on his body. Gradually, he didn't feel it at all. Everything happened naturally, and he got used to it. It was no different from normal. On the 15th day, Zhou Xiaoduo could complete a round of hammering even if he carried 30,000 kilogram weight into the 50x gravity room. "My strength has improved a lot, but it seems that I've reached a bottleneck again." Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude was melancholy again. So far, he hadn't felt the slightest improvement for 3 days in a row. Damn, you seem to have grown taller again, right? Shuxiaoyan looked at Shuxiaoduo. This guy still looked thin with clothes on, but he was muscular when he took them off. His pants were 5 or 6 centimeters shorter, and the clothes that used to fit him were all hanging around his ankles. She took out a meter ruler and measured him. 189 meters. Shuxiaoyan looked at the number and couldn't believe it. She measured him again. He really was 189 meters, and he was tall with bare feet. You little brat, you've grown so tall. Shuxiaoyan stood in front of Shuxiaoduo. She was 173 meters tall, but she was much shorter than him. Did you eat chemical fertilizer? Shuxiaoyan was unhappy with this ratio. As the elder sister, she was used to looking down on the younger brother. Now that she was suddenly the one being looked down on, of course she wasn't used to it. You still have room to grow. Shuxiaoduo finally found a sense of achievement. He looked down at Shuxiaoyan with disdain. Little brat. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Shuxiaoyan snorted. Her delicate eyes were moving around. She thought to herself, I'm 173 meters now. I'm considered tall among girls. Even if I grow, I can only grow 3 centimeters at most. If I grow any taller, I won't look good. As he spoke, he touched the space ring. The look-preserving pill was still in it. It was above all other treasures and was in the safest place. Should I grow 3 centimeters? Shuxiaoyan frowned and thought. She was really considering this as a serious matter. At her level of cultivation, it wasn't difficult to grow taller. It could even be said that it was very easy, especially with the look-preserving pill in her hand. As long as she controlled the ratio and took the pill, she would be like this for the rest of her life. Should I go to the street tomorrow to have a look? Shuxiaoyan thought to herself. Why aren't Mom and Dad back yet? We can talk about it. Their taste is still very good. Shuxiaoyan complained in her heart. Sui Zhonglu and Wu Yuding went out silently, like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. They didn't even call back. During this time, Shuxiaoduo and Shuxiaoyan called many times, but they couldn't get through. If it weren't for Shuxiaoduo's physiognomy, the two of them would have thought that something bad was going to happen. Even so, the two of them were still very anxious. Shuxiaoduo walked around the room as he talked about this. Nian Nian Mao, do you think Mom and Dad are lonely because both of us are going out? So they took advantage of this opportunity to kill someone. What? You suspect that Mom and Dad killed someone? And then went out to avoid trouble? Shuxiaoyan was confused by Shuxiaoduo's train of thought. Damn, Nian Nian Mao, you're the weird one. When I said they killed someone, I meant that they wanted to create a smurf account. Shuxiaoduo chuckled. Create a smurf account. Shuxiaoyan was stunned. Then, she realized what was going on. She shouted angrily, Get out! You unfilial son who framed your own parents. It's not impossible. Shuxiaoduo muttered, Think about it. Hence, Shuxiaoduo was chased out by Shuxiaoyan. After Shuxiaoduo finally cleared the trial area of the inner core state. 15th of August. Luo Lai and Hu Ruoyun came to inform them. Everyone rested for a day. Then, they regrouped and prepared to leave for the competition. Rest for a day. This was impossible for Master Zhua. It was too extravagant. Of course, the main reason was that Master Zhuo was about to become extremely poor. These days, Shuxiaoyan had to spend a large sum of money every day to distribute to the families of martyrs and military personnel. And the source of this sum of money was naturally Shuxiaoduo, the new rich dog. With the increase of the fine for sparring at night, Masters was originally rich. Net worth was completely depleted today. And this last day was a godsend opportunity for Masters to make money. How could he let it go? On this day of rest, Masters went out to set up his stall at 4:00 in the morning. It was a race against time, which deeply reflected his desire for money. A few days ago, Masters was still yelling that money was nothing. But now, he was nowhere to be found. Now, only. The stingy Masters was online again. The news that Masters set up his stall again spread like a gust of wind. In a short while, there was already a swarm of people in front of his stall. Yep, this was probably a manifestation of hunger marketing by a stroke of luck. From dawn to noon, Masters had seen more than 200 faces in one go. The amount of money in his account shot up to more than 3 million. With a large amount of star coins in his account, Masters felt that money was nothing to him again. At this moment, a short fatty who had been queuing for a long time came in front of Duo. Boss. As soon as the short fatty spoke, Duo was stunned. Well, where did this come from? Then, he heard a voice in his ear, I am Fong Inua. Chapter 314. Fuck. Duo quivered again. He was not lying at all. During this period of time, he had already forgotten about this fellow. Although it was a little unfair to this person who had contributed the most in the final battle of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit Race. But forgetting was forgetting. Now, he had actually come knocking on his door. Why haven't you left? Masters was very calm. What's the situation now? I don't know the exact situation. The emissary has lost her whereabouts. Fong Inua's voice was filled with apprehension. I have reason to suspect that the emissary is suspecting me. It is very likely that she is plotting how to get rid of me. After all, after this battle, I am the only one left alive. This is really too eye-catching. This is already the biggest reason. Fong Inua's face was filled with fear and trepidation. From time to time, he would even tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid. Why are you here? Masters sat upright. I am here to take a look at your fortune. Fong Inua sighed. These few days, I have been feeling that my right eyelid has been twitching non-stop. As the saying goes, the twitching of the right eyelid is a disaster. This sign is really bad. I am afraid that a disaster is about to befall me. I hope that boss can lend a helping hand and give me some pointers. And let me take a look. Fong Inua had helped him so much. It was reasonable for him to take a look. Even if he had to waste a drop of luck points, it was worth it. But when Duo took a look, he immediately cursed in his heart. Because an unprecedented situation had occurred, he couldn't see his luck points. Fuck, what's going on? Duo's thoughts flashed and he suddenly understood. It was probably because his current realm was unable to see through a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator. Previously, when he saw Qin Fangyang, it was very easy for him to break through. But after breaking through, Qin Fangyang became very strenuous. Although Qin Fangyang was strong, he had just broken through. Moreover, he was very familiar with him and was completely unguarded. As for Fong Inua in front of him, other than being a peak cloud transformation realm cultivator, Duo dared to say that this fellow would not wholeheartedly trust anyone and would not let down his guard against anyone. The combined effect of these two factors led to an unfathomable situation. Completely unfathomable. Duo's face twitched and he said, my physiognomy divine art is used on the true face of the person involved. What I'm looking at now is your disguise, what can I see from it? You have to restore your original appearance to be able to look at me. With your stupid face now, Who am I showing it to? Are you kidding me? Fong Yinhua was embarrassed. Right. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he covered himself with his cloak and revealed his true face. He looked at Cui Xiaoduo, his eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Will I die? Cui Xiaoduo took another look and was shocked again. Fong Yinhua's physiognomy wasn't just bad, it was extremely bad. The aura of death lingered in the air, and the aura of misfortune enveloped the entire mountain. This was a sign of certain death, and there was no chance of survival. Death calamity. Cui Xiaoduo's face darkened. Old Fong, your physiognomy shows that your future is very bad. Your premonition was not wrong. Fong Yinhua's face turned pale. He grabbed Cui Xiaoduo's hand and cried, Grandmaster Zhua, you have to save me. I can only rely on you now. Cui Xiaoduo carefully looked at Fong Yinhua's physiognomy for a long time. He couldn't see any hope of survival. He couldn't help but sigh and said, write a word. Fong Yinhua hurriedly picked up a brush and wrote a word seriously and neatly, live. Live. Cui Xiaoduo looked left and right. His face became heavier and heavier. He said, live. There are 1,000 mouths by the river. First, you have to live. Second, you have to live. Old Fong, you can only live if you have a job. If you want a job, you have to rely on people. And this person must have luck. So, if you want to live. He pondered for a moment and said, Old Fong, I'll tell you the truth. Based on your current appearance, there's only a slim chance of survival. In other words, there's only one way for you to survive, which is to quickly go to the seaside and hide. If you can do some work for me while you're at it, your chances of survival will greatly increase. Fong Yinhua's eyes widened. If I do some work for you at the seaside, I can survive. Cui Xiaoduo said, it doesn't have to be me. If you want to live, there are 2 conditions. First, you have to have water. Second, you have to have luck. Only a place that is protected by luck and close to water will have a chance of survival. Besides my luck, my recent schedule is related to water. So, I am your best choice. If you have someone else, it's fine. Fong Yinhua nodded and said, of course, I believe in you. What should I do next? Go to Fenghai and change your name. Find a job beside Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School and wait patiently. There will naturally be a turn for the better, Cui Xiaoduo said. Fenghai's Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School. A turn for the better. Fong Yinhua was surprised. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee that you will be safe. Cui Xiaoduo said calmly. His voice was filled with a persuasive force. You came from there. If you want to live, then your death will definitely be there. Therefore, you have to rely on this side in order to survive. This is something that comes from the same origin. It's a matter of course. I believe that there are many people here who can protect you. However, your identity, strength, and status are not in their eyes. Instead of accepting you as their subordinate, they will be more inclined to push you out as a bait. As long as they can get rid of the person who wants to kill you, it will not be a loss for them. So, you will still have to die. I am probably the only one who can protect your life. At the same time, I need you to work for me. Do you understand? Cui Xiaoduo said, you only have one chance of survival. It's up to you whether you want to seize it or not. Fong Yinhua thought about it seriously. Not only did Cui Xiaoduo's words make sense, but they were also the truth. There were too many suspicious points about the Phoenix Vein soul washing incident. According to the habits of the star emissaries, they could kill people just because they suspected something. No matter how much he tried to deceive them, it would be useless if he did not reveal any flaws. So, if he went back, he would be dead. As for the big forces on the side of the astral souls, although he was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm, his strength was still insignificant in front of the big forces on the side of the astral souls. He was not a useful bargaining chip at all. It was better to use him as a bait to lure out the forces of the Umno Alliance to kill him. If that was the case, he would still be dead. But if he continued to work for Zhuoxiao Duo, that would be his greatest chance of survival. After all, Zhuoxiao's true strength was shallow. He did not have any high-level combat power under him. He could be considered the biggest trump card he could take out. It was a mutually beneficial situation. Not to mention that Zhuoxiao Duo had that person behind him. That person was the real big backer. Also, if he disappeared for a period of time, it would be easier to explain to the Umno Alliance. He had always been afraid of death. With the current situation, his disappearance was in line with his character. It was a way to kill many birds with one stone. But why did you go to Fenghai High School to hide? Fang Yinhua still did not understand. Because I will be going to Fenghai Hidden Dragon High School in 2 months. If you go there, you will be helping me. Zhuoxiao Duo explained with an amiable face. Oh. Fang Yinhua suddenly understood. Everything made sense now. This kid went to Fenghai alone. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with the place. Then, he would definitely need him to do something for him. In that case, the possibility of him selling him was not big. He believed that as long as he paid attention to hiding his tracks, the chances of the Umno Alliance finding him would not be high. Even if they found him, he would still have room to explain. He must hide from the current situation. Okay. I will go to Fenghai now. Okay. Zhuoxiao Duo reminded him solemnly, actually, it's better to let them know than to block them. Don't rashly cut off all contact with them. If the news passes, you can try to contact them. The simplest reason is that you were heavily injured and trapped in the city. After that, you escaped to Fenghai and so on. You can also ask for help. Don't worry, they will definitely not save you. So, the more you ask for help, the safer you will be. Also, there will be no work assigned to you. Good. Fang Yinhua was overjoyed. After all, he already had this plan. Although it was risky to have multiple spies, as long as it was done well, he might be able to get benefits from both sides. Okay, that's it. So. Zhuoxiao Duo explained. Fang Yinhua nodded repeatedly. Then I will go now. Fang Yinhua felt that his life was now guaranteed. Slow down. Zhuoxiao Duo frowned. You are here to have your fortune read. Are you not going to pay for it? I have given you so many pointers and told you about life and death. Are you being kind and unwilling to part with money? Fang Yinhua. Fang Yinhua left. Zhuoxiao Duo looked at the 5 million yuan that had just been transferred to his account. His impression of the Umno Alliance became better. They were really rich. When Fang Yinhua transferred the money to him, he looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Zhuoxiao Duo couldn't help but think that he should transfer 20 million yuan to him. Logically speaking, if he could transfer 5 million yuan so easily, he should have at least 50 million yuan, right? Sigh, alright, he couldn't just catch a sheep and take its wool. It was better to wait until he reached Fenghai. Maybe he could earn more. Without any effort, he had set up an outpost for himself. Master Zhuo was in a good mood now. Master Zhuo started to read people's fortune again. But now, there was an air of wealth around him. Master Zhuo, don't lack money. Money, that's just a fart. In the afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Master Zhuo was still working tirelessly for farts. His goal was to earn 10 million yuan today. Now, he was only short of 100,000 yuan. As long as he could earn this amount, he would close his stall. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his greedy wolf's heart. A young lady came to Zhuo Xiaoduo leisurely. Master Zhuo, thank you. The young lady didn't say anything and transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. So much. Chapter 315. Oh my God. 500,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. This young lady was too generous, and she was also very beautiful. She was a proper Miss Perfect, a big customer. Miss, you. Master Zhuo, you don't remember. The girl smiled sweetly. Thank you for helping me find my parents. I have been treating my parents, nursing them back to health, and tidying up their residence. I actually forgot to come and thank you. I'm really sorry. When she said this, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately remembered, so it's you. This girl was Immerse. She bowed deeply again, thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had connected the whole story and understood the cause and effect, was sincerely happy for the family reunion. After this bow, a drop of luck point suddenly fell from the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately felt a warm feeling all over his body, and he chuckled. What do you plan to do in the future, miss? Immerse said, I came this time not only to thank Master Zhuo for guiding our family reunion, but also to ask Master Zhuo, what should I do in the future? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, and carefully looked at Immerse's face, and said in a deep voice, Miss, you've been fine recently. At least there's no disaster or illness, and you're safe. Immerse said, I'm not asking about that, but about my future plans. You don't plan to go back. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. This girl couldn't have betrayed him, right? Wasn't that too easy? I definitely won't go back. Immerse said a little sadly, the hatred for my parents is already irreconcilable, not to mention that I am a person of astral souls. How can I be an enemy of my own race? Only the heavens knew how much pain and struggle Immerse had gone through when she made this decision. Although she said it with such a calm attitude, her heart was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. If you stay. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't bear it, and said, it may lead to the death of your parents. Ah. Immerse was dumbfounded. Yes, that's what your physiognomy shows. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Miss, if you want to be safe, you have to leave Phoenix City and head north. That way, you'll be safe. All the way north. Immerse muttered. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Immerse's pretty face and said softly, let's go to Shangjing. Moreover, the sooner they moved, the better. Take your parents and leave immediately. Immerse didn't expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to give such a suggestion. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't make up his mind. That's all for now. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Miss and I are fated to meet your father and your mother, so I might as well say a few more words to you. He pondered for a moment and said, enter the forest when you see it, retreat when you see water, stop when you see light, save when you see adversity, do good when you see good, punish when you see evil. Immerse silently recited and said, I'll remember it. Thank you, Grandmaster, for your guidance. She looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth and was about to leave. Wait. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, karma goes back and forth, and there's a beginning and an end. Saying so, he untied the greedy wolf's heart from his neck and said, I'll return it to its rightful owner. I wish Miss good luck and longevity. Thank you. Immerse held the greedy wolf's heart tightly and bowed deeply. With this greedy wolf's heart, her divine soul had a chance to be completely perfected. At the same time, she no longer had to be afraid of being tracked by the Umno Alliance's greedy wolf sect. Otherwise, if her divine soul was incomplete, no matter where she hid, she would be in great danger. Go, your path to survival and your opportunity should all be in Shangjing. Sui Xiaoduo let out a carefree smile, displaying the charm of an immortal and Taoist priest. Mo Xuani bowed deeply and turned to leave. Sui Xiaoduo sighed softly. Even if he went to Shangjing, it would be full of risks. He could only hope that he would do more good deeds, increase his luck, and avoid the jinx. After all, he couldn't be by his side every day. Masters would not only earn 10 million today, but also more. Naturally, he was in high spirits and went back happily. It was also on this day that Mu Yanyan, who had successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm, returned to Phoenix City to meet up with Sui Xiaoyan. The master and disciple had nothing to do and chatted, thinking that there was still more than a month before Sui Xiaoyan would go to Divine Phoenix High School for the next semester. Since they had nothing to do, the master and disciple duo had a discussion. Mainly because of Sui Xiaoyan's urging, the master and disciple duo disguised themselves and prepared to go to South G City to watch Sui Xiaoduo's competition. Going with them was Qiu Yunshang, who had nothing to do since he obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. After I finish watching the competition, I'll go straight back to Zizai's sect. Qiu Yunshang wasn't in a good mood, it could even be said that he was disappointed. He had been busy for many days, but he didn't gain anything. Although Mu Yanyan had suffered a lot, in the end, she obtained a genius disciple who had completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. She had also successfully broken through to the cloud transformation realm through this battle. As for Qiu Yunshang, there was nothing to talk about, it was all tears. His brother had been single for a long time, and his disciple, Ning Qingqing, had gone missing when the Ning family was ruined. Sui Xiaoduo naturally didn't know that the three of them were going to watch the competition together. Because he was currently gathering at the school. Luo Lai and Hu Ruoyun led the team, bringing along Sui Xiaoduo, Wanli Xiao, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, to Nanji City. We only have one goal, to be the champion. Hu Ruoyun only said one sentence before leaving, the old principal is watching us from the heavens, waiting for us to return with honor. Champion. Sui Xiaoduo raised his arms and shouted. Champion. Long Yuxing and the other four roared at the same time. Like a tiger roaring in the valley, although they were inexperienced, they already had an imposing manner. After this period of experience, Long Yuxing and the others had changed greatly. The original immaturity had faded away, replaced by the sharpness of an unsheathed blade that had yet to be sheathed. Their sharpness was revealed from head to toe. The 8 of them strode out of second high with their heads held high, hurrying on foot, and training along the way. High up in the sky, a graceful figure flashed past. That was Sister Lan. Sister Lan had been back for a few days, but she chose to stay at Phoenix Head Temple and accompany He Yuanyue. Although she occasionally returned to second high, she left in a hurry every time. It was really nostalgic and sad. It was better to accompany her in front of the grave, where her heart would be at peace. But today, the thing that He Yuanyue had been thinking about when she was alive began, so Sister Lan naturally had to secretly escort her. Along the way, it was Long Yuxing and the others who charged in front to open up the path. Sui Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was lectured by Hu Ruoyun the entire way. Sui Xiaoduo's head was 3 times bigger after being lectured along the way, but he did not dare to disobey a single word. After all, Hu Ruoyun was one of the 3 people that Sui Xiaoduo feared the most in the world today. Remember to control your temper. If others don't kill you, we can't take the initiative to kill you. If we act rashly, we'll only provoke public anger. The opponents you're fighting now are fellow astral souls, not members of the Umno Alliance. Hu Ruoyan's mouth was dry from all the talking, and she wanted to end the topic. Unexpectedly, these words of finalization piqued Sui Xiaoduo's interest, and the blood in his body was stimulated by these words. We can still kill them. If the other party kills us first, we can counterattack and kill them. Sui Xiaoduo was in high spirits, and his words were full of conviction, hinting at something. Hu Ruoyan was speechless. She could not help but feel that all the words she had said were in vain. This kid was clearly more interested in fighting and killing. In this kind of martial arts competition, if possible, there shouldn't be any casualties. Moreover, the judges of the competition are at least in the inner core realm. If anything goes overboard, they'll stop it immediately to ensure that there won't be any casualties to the students. However, there are always some unexpected situations, and it's hard to avoid them. Hu Ruoyan said, so. If the other party clearly has ill intentions towards us and kills us as soon as they come, and if you can't fight them, then admit defeat immediately. Don't give the other party a chance to kill you all. Sui Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Teacher, you must be hinting at something. Do we have enemies in second high? The kind that we can't deal with? Yes, there is indeed. Hu Ruoyan sighed. She didn't want to say it, but this matter had to be said. If Sui Xiaoduo and the others did not know, it would be easy for them to suffer a big loss in the competition. If they were not careful, not only would they lose the competition, they might even be seriously injured and lose their lives. Our second high school had achieved great results in the large competition 3 years ago and entered the unprecedented top 10. We even defeated Boyang City's first high school, which had always been ranked between 80 and 90 in the top 10. Since then, both sides have been suppressing their anger. 2 years ago, we rushed to the 9th place and defeated Fenghai City's 13th high. Since then, Fenghai City's 13th high has been against 2nd high. Last year, we stabilized at the 9th place, and again defeated Boyang City's 1st high and Fenghai City's 13th high. However, during the competition last year, the atmosphere was already very dangerous. It said that a student from Fenghai City's 13th high died after returning. Hu Ruoyan said, the enmity has been formed, so we must not be careless. Luo Lai said at the side, in fact, it's not just that. We in Fenghai City's 13th high have long. Back then, you, Teacher Hu Ruoyan interrupted, Teacher Luo. She actually stopped Luo Lai from continuing. Luo Lai sighed and could only stop talking. Sui Xiaoduo's heart moved. He seemed to be thinking, but on the surface, he pretended that he didn't hear anything. His eyes lit up. Wow, isn't this equal to the Jianghu grudges? Revenge breeds revenge. I like it. Hu Ruoyan couldn't catch her breath for a long time. Did this brat not understand human language? How could it be revenge breeds revenge? Well, although it was indeed revenge breeds revenge. In short, all of you have to be careful. Once the competition starts, all of you will be in charge. The only thing we can do is to watch from the side. We can't even speak to warn you. At most, when the situation is critical, we can take your place and admit defeat. Sui Xiaoduo chuckled and rolled his eyes. This seemed to be quite fun that it could even involve Teacher Hu's previous injury. Chapter 316. On the afternoon of the 16th, the representatives of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school arrived at South G City and checked into the rooms arranged by the Spirit Spring Hotel. On the morning of the 17th, Hu Ruoyan brought the representatives to eat breakfast. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they coincidentally saw a team coming from the opposite direction. The leader of the team was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. However, his eyes lit up the moment he saw Hu Ruoyun. He quickly walked over and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this teacher Hu from Phoenix City's No. 2 high school?" Hu Ruoyun was neither servile nor overbearing. She said indifferently, "So it's teacher Li from Fenghai City's No. 13 high school." "Hello." Sua Xiaoduo sensed a murderous aura coming from Hu Ruoyun. It seemed to be an illusion as it disappeared immediately. Luo Lai, who was standing at the side, shouted, "Li. It's actually you this time." His voice was filled with anger. Sua Xiaoduo and the others felt that there was a story behind this. When the 6 students behind teacher Li heard the words Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, their eyes lit up and they quickly turned their heads to look. Sua Xiaoduo and the others also turned their heads to look. Their eyes met at the same time. Unlike Long Yuxing and the others, Long Yuxing and the others' eyes were filled with vigilance and fighting spirit. On the other hand, Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with curiosity. He looked over like a curious baby. When Master Zuo's eyes met the other party's sharp gaze, he actually looked shocked. He turned his head away and then immediately turned back. It was as if he was frightened by the other party, but he immediately reacted and forced himself not to show weakness. Although this change was temporary, the 6 people opposite him were already thinking about something. They all had the same thought in their hearts. The students of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school this year seemed to be a bit soft that they couldn't help but feel contempt in their hearts. Teacher Li greeted, "Teacher Hu, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, "If Teacher Li has nothing else to say, we'll go eat now." Teacher Li smiled and said, "I heard that your school's old principal, He Yuanyue, died some time ago. It's really rude of us not to be there to offer our condolences." Hu Ruoyun suddenly turned her head, her eyes sharp. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Moyan had already rushed out. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "Li, you better watch your mouth." This teacher Li chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. However, his gaze had already signaled something. A tall and thin male student next to him, who should be the captain of the 13th middle school in Fenghai City, stepped forward and said, "What, your old principal is not dead?" "She's dead, but we can't talk about it." "Do you think that if we don't talk about it, we won't talk about it, and we won't talk about it?" Teacher Li has only expressed regret from beginning to end. "You students of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, don't you have any manners? What are you trying to do by drawing swords and drawing swords? You!" Long Yuxing clenched his fists and rushed out. "Wait!" Hu Ruoyun pulled him back and said, "Using force before a match is punishable." She turned her head and said, "Teacher Li, we'll meet on the field." That teacher Li faintly smiled, "All right, then I hope that you will be able to meet us in the arena. I really want to see how many genius students there are in Phoenix City's 2nd senior high school without the old principal. You'll see." Hu Ruoyun's gaze was sharp. Teacher Li chuckled. Teacher Hu has recovered his cultivation, and his aura is unprecedented. Amazing, amazing. Without saying a word, he led the students away. Yu Moyan's eyes were spitting fire. He shouted, "On the field, I won't be merciful." That teacher Li paused, turned her head and smiled. "That's great, we don't intend to be merciful. Everyone has the same thought, the same principle, the same. Damn it." Yu Moyan was so angry that his chest was about to explode. "Swa, when we're dealing with this school, I request to be on the field. I must be on the field." Long Yuxing and the others were also so angry that their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were spitting fire. They respected the old principal, He Yuanyue, the most. How could they tolerate being humiliated? Xiao Duo snorted and said loudly, I, the Iron Fist young master, have long been thirsty for iron fists. It won't be your turn. In the distance, that teacher Li's ears twitched, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The captain of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school was called the Iron Fist young master. Not bad, not bad. But just from a nickname, you've already exposed all of your details. How nice. At the back. Hu Ruoyun warned seriously, don't be rash. The referees this time are all from the High Martial Arts Academy. First, they're referees, and second, they're recruiting students. If you perform well, you'll be recruited directly. It's related to your own futures, so you must not lose points. Xiao Duo and the other 5 shrugged. After confirming their gazes, they all had the same thought. If we don't take revenge for Teacher Hu and the other party for humiliating the old principal, what's the use of keeping some face? The more we think about it, the angrier we get. The more we take a step back, the more we think about it. Xiao Duo raised his arms. We'll kill them. Behind him, Li Chenglong, Li Chengming, and Yu Moyan shouted at the same time, kill them. It was as if they were injected with chicken blood. Hu Ruoyun was speechless. My well-intentioned words were all for the air to hear. As the top 10 of the previous competition, they naturally received the same treatment as the top 10. One of the 9 suites was in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. The interior space of these suites was extremely large. It could almost be described as enormous. Even if 8 people each had a room, there would still be 2 extra rooms, a meeting room, a reception room, and a large living room. As for the other teams, it was already good enough to have a small suite. The boys all slept in the living room, and the girls squeezed into the rooms. Above these suites, there was an even more advanced Supreme Room. This Supreme Room was specially set up for the first place of the competition. Although the total volume of the room was the same as the rooms of the bottom 9, it was said that there were cultivation resources placed everywhere. There were also various fruits that contained spiritual energy, various weapons, and 10 bottles of heaven-grade spiritual wine that could increase one's cultivation by several years after drinking it. All the resources could be eaten, drunk, and taken as much as one wanted. Other than weapons, other consumables could be replenished at any time after one finished eating and drinking. Even if one wanted to do it 10 times a day, it wouldn't be a problem. And these benefits were all prepared for the Supreme Room of the first place. The others, even the second place of the competition, did not receive similar treatment. Hu Ruoyun listened to the introduction while eating breakfast. Xiao Duo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Doesn't that mean that after the first place team members come, they can use these things to increase their cultivation by 1 level? They can even increase their cultivation without limit during the days they stay here. Xiao Duo said in a very displeased manner, in this way, wouldn't it be impossible for the first place to escape the grasp of that academy after obtaining first place once? Who was the one who set this stupid rule? Sho! Hu Ruoyun was startled. This is the rule set by the headquarters of the Martial Star Alliance. Don't talk nonsense. It's really unfair. Xiao Duo murmured to himself, they increase their cultivation as soon as they arrive, and we can only watch. Then, after they increase their cultivation, we have to have a so-called fair competition in front of everyone. Xiao Duo kept talking nonsense. Just when everyone thought that he was indignant and even wanted to challenge this unfairness, he suddenly said, okay. Unexpectedly, this fellow abruptly said, but in the end, I still quite like this kind of unfair reward rule. Faced with such a godly turn of events, everyone at the table was stunned. This guy complained for a long time, and he said this. Was he crazy? Xiao Duo happily added, as long as we get first place this time, when our Phoenix City No. 2 high school competes again in the future, as long as the people who come are not too weak, won't we be able to sit on the treasure for many years? As long as we control it well, it's not impossible to occupy this place for many years. Li Chenglong and the others rolled their eyes. Do we need you to say such a simple thing? This is the treatment you get when you get first place. Tell me, what's the point of your strange words? Sua Xiaoduo slammed the table and stood up. His expression turned sullen and pained. What's wrong with me saying strange words? The problem now is that I risked my life to get first place, but I can't enjoy it myself. Instead, it will benefit next year's little brats. It'll be strange if I'm happy. Hearing this, the group of people felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. It turned out that this guy was uncomfortable because of this, but this was in line with his character. For a moment, they all smiled bitterly. This rule was like this. Chapter 3:17. Even if the second high school lost its spiritual leader, He Yuanyue, even if there were many unforeseen events, even if there were many negative situations. But with their record of being in the top 10 for several consecutive years, defeating the Phoenix City First High School was not difficult at all. Comparatively speaking, the Phoenix City First High School was going to be defeated in one battle. That was the real tragedy. After going on stage, the moment the two sides met, they looked at each other and were slightly stunned. Both sides' expressions were somewhat interesting. Because the representatives of the first high school, 3 of them were the Feng City third young master. In just a moment, Sua Xiaoduo and the others showed a strange and interesting expression on their faces, while the people on the other side looked as if they had lost their parents and were scared before the battle even started. What happened after that became more and more confusing, making everyone dumbfounded. The 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School were pale and their legs could not stand straight. Especially the Feng City third young master, who was trembling like a sieve and his eyes were full of fear. It was probably some bad memories that rushed into their minds. When the other party was only a martial master, he was able to beat them and they had to sign a humiliating contract to survive. If they were to fight again. Under everyone's gaze, the captain of the Phoenix City Second High School, Sua Xiaoduo, stood up and said with a smile, 1 million. On the other side, the 6 people nodded together. Sua Xiaoduo said, 1 million each. On the other side, the 6 people who looked more and more defeated nodded again like chickens pecking at rice. Sua Xiaoduo nodded and smiled. Then, the 6 contestants from the Phoenix City First High School turned around and faced the judges. We admit defeat and forfeit. Everyone, including the judges and even Luo Lai, Hu Ruoyun, and the 2 teachers from the first high school, were all stunned without exception. In fact, it was not just them. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and did not know what to think. What was this? It was over just like that. Admit defeat. Forfeit. Sua Xiaoduo raised his hands in victory. Ha 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 ha, we won, victory in the first battle. The audience became even more silent. A female judge showed a look of disdain and said, victory in the first battle. This is blatant bribery. Sua Xiaoduo said disdainfully, Mr. Judge, the fact is that the other party has forfeited. We have won without a fight. In this arena, what we want is the result, not the process, right? And we used the shortest amount of time, so we are first place. This is also within the rules. The crowd immediately fell into an uproar as they discussed wildly. His ability to spend money is really strong. For the sake of a victory, he directly threw out 6 million to buy a forfeit. It's really good to be rich. Hateful rich second generation. Poor people like us don't have a day of success. Those 6 people from Phoenix City No. 1 Middle School really have no guts. They sold themselves for a mere 6 million. A mere 6 million. Even if you give me 1 million, I can still admit defeat. Can you afford such a price? Dot. A teacher from number 1 middle school rushed out with a black face and slapped Ting Hao's face. What's wrong with you? You bastard, you're too useless. Ting Hao and the other 5 became even more dejected. Let me tell you, what you're doing is a crime. The teacher was furious. You're openly accepting bribes in public. Just wait for the school's punishment. Then don't count on the 1 million each. It won't fall on your heads no matter what. The teacher was so angry that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Let me tell you, don't be wishful thinking. Ting Hao finally opened his mouth and said sullenly, Teacher. We gave them 1 million. 1 million each. The teacher shook his head and felt that he was hallucinating. We can't beat them. We couldn't beat them a long time ago. Ting Hao hung his head dejectedly. When they were martial masters, they already taught us a lesson. And signed countless agreements under the city. The teacher felt like he was listening to a fairy tale and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was really shocking. The world is so big and there are so many strange things. I didn't even dream that I would show my face by leading this team. No matter what, it's a fact that you lost without a fight. You won't be able to avoid the school's punishment. It's useless no matter what excuses you have. It's still better than being beaten like a dog in front of tens of thousands of people here. The 6 of them thought in unison. If they didn't know that they were going to lose, they could still fight. But since they knew that they were going to lose, why would they go up and get beaten up? Not to mention, the other party had so many weaknesses in their hands, no matter what the opinions were, number 2 high school had one. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the judges who didn't know the inside story looked at Zhuo Xiao Duo and the others with disgust. But no matter how unwilling they were, they could only put a little red flower on Phoenix City's number 2 high school to show. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, 1 win, 0 losses. Time used, 0 seconds. First place. However, Zhuo Xiao Duo and the others didn't care about this at all. They slowly returned to their seats and looked around in high spirits, waiting for the next lot to be drawn. Hu Ruoyun slapped the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head again and again. She was so angry that her beautiful face was a little distorted. You, how can you be so stupid? This is a public place with so many people. Zhuo Xiao Duo was beaten to the point that he had to step forward. However, he didn't seem to mind as he grinned, it's still easier this way. Even if the opponent is a noob, he would still be sweating profusely. How unbearable would that be? How can it be so easy and easy to get paid? But this way. The judges who don't know the whole story will have a bad first impression of us. It's very difficult to change this impression. Teacher Hu, I think that your thinking is a little biased. What we want is only victory. It's never about whether their impression is good or bad. Even if they have a good impression of us, can they arrange for us to enter the reward room of the champion directly? But the first place with all the victories can. What do you think? Zhuo Xiao Duo spoke eloquently and eloquently. He talked until his saliva was flying and overflowing. Take the time to rest. In the next round, Yu Moyan will fight. Fight for a good start. No, not fight for it, you must have a good start. Zhuo Xiao Duo calmly sent out troops as he was being beaten. His face was full of confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. This caused Hu Ruoyun to give him a few more jujubes. The second round began. Phoenix City's number 2 high school drew Antai City's number 7 high school. Yu Moyan took a step forward. Although he was full of energy, he didn't look like he was ready to fight. The 6 people from Antai City's number 7 high school saw this and cursed in their hearts. Damn it, you guys were waiting for us. We went through a fierce battle first. How could only one person come out? Could it be? Therefore, a chubby captain stood out and raised his hand to slap Umoyan. 5 million. Then he said, I know you guys don't lack money, but it's 5 million per person. Admit defeat. Rules are rules. If you guys can use them, so can we. You only sent one person out. Obviously, this is your plan. The hint is obvious enough. The so-called full of energy is just to make us ask for a higher price. Can't we see through this trick? This captain obviously didn't lack money. He smiled reservedly. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate. Umoyan's face was like iron. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. The captain was stunned. 5 million was not enough. Wasn't this too greedy? After weighing for a moment, he said, 10 million, this is the highest price. If you guys don't know what's good for you, then let's fight. Even if we're not in our best condition, against a group of money slaves like you, it's hard to say who will win. Umoyan looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, looks like everyone has misunderstood. The so-called 1 million just now was them giving each of us 1 million in exchange for not being beaten up by us in front of everyone. It's to make them look better. What's 10 million for each of you? Do you want to lose? Well, if that's the case, then it's fine. Everyone heard this and fell into a state of confusion again. Damn, there's such a thing. Are you bragging? Umoyan impatiently urged, I really don't want to talk nonsense with you guys now. Hurry up and come up. After I'm done, I still have to go back and level up. Hold back. My hand is very good. So I can't open it. I can take tribute. Stop wasting time. The 6 people on the other side were even more confused. Damn, I can clearly understand what you're saying, but why can't I understand it in the current situation? A pretty girl on the other side couldn't hold it in anymore. She suddenly jumped out and said coldly, sign me up. Umoyan. Let's fight. Bring it on. The girl was decisive, she jumped up and attacked, the saber in her hand glowed with a cold light, protecting her body. Then, she jumped up into the air and turned into a flash of saber light, attacking Umoyan. She actually saw the sword but couldn't see the figure. Both her sword technique and cultivation were extraordinary. This person from Ontai Ching is quite strong. The referee on the stage brightened up. Well, it's hard to say about others, but this girl is already very good. Umoyan, who was on the opposite side of the girl, looked at her with contempt. She was just a showy but impractical person. What use was she in a real battle? Facing the incoming sword light, she didn't dodge. She lowered her waist and sat still. She didn't even take out her weapon. The opponent's sword light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of her. Seeing that the blade was about to reach him, Umoyan suddenly took a step forward and raised his left hand to block it. With a dang sound, the blade was already flying into the air. Umoyan's attack was successful, he immediately threw out a punch with his right hand and punched out with great force. Boom! The punch landed squarely on the girl's chest, causing one of her 2 mounds to collapse. With a blood-curdling scream, the girl flew back even faster than she had come. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that her injuries were not light. Chapter 318. Such a change, once again, was out of everyone's expectation, causing another uproar. Sua Xiao Duo was drinking water. Upon seeing this, he spat out the water in Li Changlong's face. He was stunned as he shouted, "Fuck, I've been telling you guys not to be gentle with girls every day. That's not how I teach you. In front of so many people, can't you leave some face for her? Fuck, that's a pretty girl. She deflated one side. I'm not going to take this blame. What she didn't know was that Yumoyan was also stunned. His punch was aimed at his opponent's abdomen, but the girl in front of him was really short. Moreover, her knife was sent flying the moment she came into contact with him, so she subconsciously took a step back to deflect the force. In the end, this was the situation now. Yumoyan felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but step forward and explain awkwardly, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong place. Why would the opponent listen to his explanation? The girl had already fainted, another team member had already rushed out angrily, don't go. Yumoyan was stunned, and said, I'm not going. The young man on the other side had already rushed up, the weapon in his hand was a long stick. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to underestimate Yumoyan, the stick swung like a whirlwind. By the time he arrived in front of Yumoyan, he had already brandished his stick like a forest of sticks. Yumoyan's face showed a puzzled expression and said, still flashy, can't you guys change your strategy? He still blocked with his left hand, with a bang, the stick broke into two pieces and flew into the sky. Yumoyan did the same to the girl before, he rushed forward and threw out his right fist. Bang! This boy was the same as the girl, he flew back with blood spurting out. This punch was not unexpected, it landed solidly on the opponent's lower abdomen. The audience was silent. 2 opponents, only 2 punches. This result shocked the audience. On the other side, the rest of Ontai City's 7th high school was stunned, because if they lost one more round, it would be the end of the competition and their side would lose. On the stage, the 6 judges' eyes were flickering. The judges of the competition were all teachers from high martial arts schools. Another important reason why they were willing to come and serve as judges was to use the competition to select a few good seedlings for their schools. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces a great disciple. A great disciple needs to be taught by a great teacher. But, a great teacher also needs to have a disciple with extraordinary talent to teach. Only then can a great disciple be produced. At this moment, after witnessing Yumoyan's performance with their own eyes, the eyes of the 6 judges lit up at the same time. One of the beautiful judges asked, this contestant is called Yumoyan, right? What weapon did you use just now? Arm guard or hand guard? Yumoyan scratched his head. I don't have a weapon. Nonsense. On the opposite side, the captain of Ontai City's number 7 middle school cursed angrily, you clearly have something hidden in your arm. Do you think we are all blind? You're despicable and shameless. Yumoyan was taken aback. I'm just carrying weights. How can it be considered a weapon? As he spoke, he took off his shirt. The 6 judges, as well as all the teachers present, all revealed looks of surprise when they saw this. They saw that this Phoenix City's number 2 middle school student was carrying weights all over the place. On his 2 arms, other than 4 black metal weights, there was nothing else. And those who were qualified to be judges, naturally none of them were for nothing. Their eyes were even sharper, and they all recognized it in an instant. The weights on this student's body were all made of meteoric iron. Moreover, they were all high-grade meteoric iron. That is, the kind with an especially high density. Just the upper body that they saw in front of them weighed at least 3,000 pounds. The beautiful teacher judge's eyes lit up even more. She asked, Yumoyan, do you also have similar weights on your lower body? Yumoyan nodded honestly. Yes. If I didn't, wouldn't it be unbalanced and uncoordinated? As he spoke, he undid the leggings of his pants and pulled them up, revealing the black weights. The faces of the 6 judges were calm, but their eyes were filled with shock. A smile appeared on the beautiful teacher's face. She leisurely said, "These weights add up to at least 4,000 pounds, right? You're just carrying them all the time. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your performance?" Yu Moyen nodded. "Not only that. I have a total of 7,000 pounds of weights on me. There's even a ring around my waist. If I meet a strong opponent, I will naturally remove the weights. But now, there's no need." The shock in the beautiful teacher's eyes deepened. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Student Yu Moyen, I am Luo Yenling from Jade Sun High School. No matter where you end up, when you go to school, you can consider our Jade Sun High School. Our Jade Sun High School has a strong teaching staff, and we have great support for outstanding students." The 5 judges at the side glared angrily at her. "Teacher Luo, this is a competition. You're talking too much." Luo Yenling chuckled. Since she had already mentioned Jade Sun High School, she was already one step ahead. She didn't wait for the other judges to speak and said, "Student Yu Moyen, you can continue with the competition." The other teachers also wanted to say something to leave an impression, but they were forced to swallow their words. Each and every one of them glared at Luo Yenling. On the opposite side, the captain of Antai City's 7th High School slowly stood up. It was time for the competition. The final battle. If he couldn't defeat this iron lump, his school could only go home. This battle, he had to win. But he just didn't have the slightest chance of winning. He's carrying weights all over his body. His movements will definitely be slow. That's why he chose to stay still and attack later. The teacher behind him said in a low voice. At this time, the 6 judges on the stage looked over like 12 sharp arrows. Giving orders at the last minute was a big taboo in the competition. "This teacher, please keep quiet," Luo Yenling shouted angrily. But the captain of Antai City's 7th High School already understood and came up with a plan. Kiting. Slowly tire him to death. Who would be able to withstand a load of more than 7,000 kilograms and a high energy consumption? He stepped forward slowly. The moment the sword in his hand was unsheathed, he immediately used the highest movement technique. He circled around Yu Moyen, suddenly moving forward and suddenly moving back and forth. His movements were extremely nimble. The sword in his hand was shining with cold light. It scattered like the cold stars in the sky. He definitely didn't have the chance to face Yu Moyen head-on. He retreated as soon as he touched him. He retreated even if he didn't touch him. The 6 judges on the stage couldn't help showing worry in their eyes. Yu Moyen just exposed so much weight and even exposed his own weight. He had already seriously exposed his strengths and weaknesses. Now that he was being targeted like this, the situation could be said to be extremely bad. Luo Yenling frowned even more tightly. She regretted it very much. Why did she ask that question just now? Sigh, this Yu Moyen was really too honest. He actually exposed himself like this. He was still too young. If the result of this battle was changed and she was the one responsible for it, would that child hate her? Under everyone's gaze, the captain of Antai City's 7th High School was like a flying dragon. He kept changing. And Yu Moyen was on the stage. He didn't move at all. He let the opponent move back and forth, like an old monk meditating. Another moment later, Yu Moyen finally opened his mouth. He was puzzled. Have you turned enough? That student thought he had succeeded. He snorted coldly, not enough. All of a sudden, he leaped into the air. When he was 7 or 8 meters high in the air, his long sword sprinkled down thousands of cold stars. His body movement became more and more elegant, displaying an exceptionally pleasing light body movement technique. He even circled back and forth in the air, displaying himself to the greatest extent. Even though the 6 judges couldn't stand it, but they had to admit that this kid's basic skills were really good. After all, in the eyes of those who didn't know how to watch, this kid still had the upper hand. He had the upper hand and was full of initiative. But at this time, Umo Yen suddenly shouted from below, so annoying. Turning back and forth to avoid the battle. Go down. Before he finished, his whole person jumped up. Under everyone's gaze, his whole person, along with the 7,000 pounds of weight, quickly leaped into the air. He jumped 10 meters high and kicked out with a loud bang. With a loud bang, that student who was still in the air was kicked 20 meters away by Umo Yen. He flew out of the area of the arena and crashed into the stands. After Umo Yen finished his kick, his entire body actually paused in the air for a moment. When he landed lightly, he actually landed back at the position he was previously standing at. The 6 judges' eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes. Umo Yen landed with the 7,000 pounds of weight without making any sound. It was as if what fell was just a feather. Damn! The 6 referees all had the same thought in their minds. They were all martial artists. Who didn't know how difficult it was to do this? They looked at each other. Everyone saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Number 1, this competition, there was a monster. Number 2, this student, our school wants him. Umo Yen stood on the stage. He raised his head and looked at the 6 judges. After a long time, he didn't hear the winner. He just shouted, I win. I'm Umo Yen. I'm Phoenix City's second high school's Umo Yen. Umo Yen looked at the sky. He touched the jade pendant on his chest and shouted, Phoenix City's second high school. Umo Yen. Old principal, did you hear that? I win. On the other side, the 4th participant from Ontai City's 7th high school gave up. He admitted defeat and no longer put up a fight. His opponent could carry 7,000 pounds of weight and jump 10 meters to kick someone. This kind of reality, how could he still have the courage to fight? Even the 2 teachers in charge didn't have any other methods. The difference in strength was too great. If he forced himself to fight, not only would it be throwing an egg at a rock, it would also be overestimating himself. At this moment, the 6 judges finally woke up from their daze and announced Phoenix City's second high school's victory. Phoenix City's second high school entered the top 375. Although the judges didn't understand what this kid was shouting about, shouting so loudly and excitedly, it didn't affect their love and desire for Umo Yen. This student. Our Jade Sun High Martial Arts wants him. Luo Yenling swept her gaze over the other 5 judges like a tigress. She looked like a fiend, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscription. Today it's another 12,000. Chapter 319. TCH, who do you think you are? You think you can take him just because you want him? The other 5 teachers weren't willing to give in, ignoring Luo Yenling's ferocity. A monster like you Moyen might not even be seen once in a few years, and you, Luo Yenling, just want him? What a joke. Are you kidding me? It's not time yet, everything will have to wait until the end of the competition. Another teacher came out to smooth things over, but the phone in his hand sent out a video, which was Yu Moyen's competition video. Below it was a text that was blindly typed with both hands, discovered a monster, this is a competition video with a weight of 7,000 pounds, Phoenix City Second High, Yu Moyen. Applying for maximum enrollment rights. The competition in the morning ended. Phoenix City Second High won both rounds, and was the first to enter the 375 Longhu list. The rest of the competition was for the schools that were eliminated to fight each other again, and then choose the eliminated team. All the schools that were in the top 375, the teachers, and the seated contestants all had a heavy expression on their faces. They were all trying to figure out how to deal with Yumoyan. Most of the results were, hopefully they didn't get Phoenix City second high, or at least Yumoyan's teammates wouldn't be so strong, or else they wouldn't be able to fight. Then, all the teachers and the few judges regretted, how could they forget to ask if Yumoyan was the captain of Phoenix City's second high? Usually, the captain of a battle team would be the strongest person in the battle team. But it shouldn't be too surprising. With this kind of strength, it would be a joke if he didn't become the captain. After a short break, the afternoon competition started again. This time, many people focused their attention on Phoenix City's second high school. Then, everyone was surprised to find that the person who went to draw the lots for the whole team wasn't the strongest Yumoyan in everyone's hearts. Instead, it was a tall, handsome, and confident young man. Could it be that Yumoyan isn't the captain? Isn't he the strongest member of Phoenix City's second high's team? Everyone's hearts were clouded. It was still the three groups, and Luo Yanling and the other 5 judges were still the judges. In order to watch Phoenix City's second high's competition, Luo Yanling and the other judges were already looking forward to it, so they didn't have any interest in watching the previous battles. Finally, it was Phoenix City's second high school's turn. Their opponent this time was Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School of the Central Plains. Although Rivermouth City No. 1 Middle School wasn't one of the favorites to win the championship, they weren't weak either. In the past, they had been ranked in the top 100 or even the top 50. After hearing about their opponents, the 6 people from Hiku City's No. 1 Middle School gathered together to discuss countermeasures. As for Phoenix City's second high school, Xiao Duo and the other 5 were still trying to level up. You've been stifled. Xiao Duo looked at Long Yusheng, you go. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai, who were behind him, covered their faces with their hands. They had a subtle feeling that they were too ashamed to face anyone. Xiao Duo patted his chest and said that he had already arranged everything when he asked Xiao Duo. In the end, it was actually an array formation. Now that the 6 of them had reached a certain level, whoever was eliminated would go on stage. How could this be called a deployment of troops? Don't insult these 4 words. Long Yusheng's face was sullen. He muttered and cursed, 4 of us were fucking suppressed. He stood up while cursing and walked to the stage indignantly. His face was full of depression. Once they saw that Phoenix City's second high school was the same as last time, only sending 1 person to fight, everyone fell into an atmosphere of confusion. Was Phoenix City's second high school trying to stir up trouble again? Or did Phoenix City's second high school plan to send only 1 person to defeat the opponent every time? This was too arrogant, wasn't it? But the one who came out this time was still very pleasing to the eye. He was really handsome. Reality proved that being handsome wasn't just a matter of talent, it was also a matter of skill. Just like writing a book, whoever was handsome would write well. For example, there was a person called Wind dominating the world. Who was the most handsome and wrote the best? Long Yusheng's fighting style was very ordinary. It wasn't as shocking as Yumoyan's, and he didn't show any signs of burden. But he stood on the stage like a pillar of the stream. When one came up, he kicked back. 4 kicks in a row, one after another, he kicked back 4 people. That was to call it a day. I am Long Yusheng. After defeating his opponent, Long Yusheng raised his head and roared, Phoenix City's second high school. Long Yusheng. In an instant, his voice was deafening. Looking at Long Yusheng, who was roaring in the middle of the stage, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why would they roar towards the sky after winning? It was as if they were trying hard to let someone hear them. It was as if they were reporting to someone. Thinking of the old principal's obsession. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai suddenly understood. They couldn't help but burst into tears. Old principal, did you hear that? Did you see that? These are the children reporting to you. We won. Long Yuxing's battle was as eye-catching as Yumoyan's in the eyes of the 6 judges. Long Yuxing. Luo Yanling smiled and asked, looking at your clothes, you should be carrying a burden on your body too. Long Yuxing, yes. Then how much weight are you carrying? I'm about the same as him. Long Yuxing's weight was actually 8,000 pounds, but he didn't want to specifically say it. It was only 1,000 pounds more than Yumoyan. What was there to say? If I exceeded was 60,000 pounds, would definitely announce it to the world. I would have to roll around the entire day to announce it. Another monster. Luo Yanling praised and said, Student Long Yuxing, consider our Jade Sun High Martial Arts. Jade Sun High Martial Arts has a strong teaching staff and great support for outstanding students. Shameless. Shut up. The other judges were anxious. You, Luo Yanling, relied on the fact that you're a woman and unscrupulously snatched people away. So what if you're a woman? Facts have proven that in some areas where you need to shamelessly break the rules, women are indeed better than men. The 5 male judges suddenly had an idea. Why don't we change the judges to women next year? Men are at a disadvantage. Until now, we haven't even mentioned our own school. This Luo Yanling has already said it twice. She didn't even change the words. Phoenix City's number 2 high school won all 3 matches and advanced into the top 180. Sua Xiao Duo had a piece of paper hanging on his nose. He used the Qi observation technique and scanned Yumoyan, Long Yuxing and the other 4 judges to observe their luck. Not bad. Through these few matches, my divination method is indeed correct. Even in a single match, there is a battle for luck. The winner can snatch some luck from the loser's side. After only 2 battles, Long Yuxing and Yumoyan's luck had grown a little stronger than before. Next match, Wanli Xiu. Sua Xiao Duo arranged. My name is Wanli Xiu. Phoenix City's number 2 high school, Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu's clear voice echoed throughout the entire arena. This was a proud announcement and also a proud report. Proudly, to the world, I'm showing off my Phoenix City's number 2 high school. Old principal, did you hear that? When Wanli Xiu, a girl, defeated the opponent's team with an extremely valiant fighting style, the 6 judges became increasingly impatient. The 3 people who came out of Phoenix City's number 2 high school were all fierce people. And the team from Phoenix City's number 2 high school had a total of 6 people. Could it be that the 6 people's cultivation and strength were all at the same level? There were still 3 people who hadn't appeared yet, but they had already advanced into the top 90. Their strength was unfathomable and unfathomable. Wanli Xiu. Luo Yanling asked with a smile as before. At this time, another judge straightforwardly interrupted her. His voice was louder and his attitude was more amiable. Moreover, his speed was even faster. Wanli Xiu, you also have a burden on your body, right? Can you tell me the exact amount? Luo Yanling, who was interrupted, gloomily glared at him, but she received a proud look in return. I have a burden. The exact amount is about the same as Long Yuxing and Yumoyan. Wanli Xiu answered casually. She had already made her move. For people with discerning eyes, the scope of her strength was more or less revealed. There was no point in hiding it. However, Luo Yanling once again couldn't remain calm. A girl also had a burden of about 7,000 jin. That was a completely different concept from the previous 2. Wanli Xiu, our Jade Sun High Marshal. Our Sky High Marshal. Our Front River High Marshal. No one was an idiot. Everyone knew the difference. Left and right, there was already someone taking the lead. For a moment, the judges' table was filled with clamor. Wanli Xiu blinked and said, 6 teachers, there are still many matches later. Why don't we wait until all the matches are over? Then we can decide what to do next, okay? Okay. Okay. Hee hee, cough cough cough. The 6 judges all knew that they were too eager for quick success. They couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 5 male teachers all picked up their cups and drank water at the same time to hide their embarrassment. Only Luo Yanling didn't care. She directly asked, Wanli Xiu, who is the captain of your Phoenix City's number 2 high school? Is it you Moyan or Long Yuxing? Or you? Wanli Xiu stared blankly and said with a smile, none of them. With our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? PFFF. The 5 male judges who were drinking water all spat out the water in their mouths. Only one sentence echoed in their ears, with our little bit of cultivation, how can we be the captain? This sentence really made them speechless. Then the few of you. Are any of you vice captains? Luo Yanling also choked. She almost couldn't get up. None. Wanli Xiu's face blushed, we are just ordinary team members. The worst kind. Cough 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 cough. Luo Yanling finally couldn't help but cough. The 3 monstrous geniuses who defeated the opponent's team by themselves didn't even get to be vice captains in their own team. Furthermore, the worst kind. Chapter 320. The judges were a little confused. If this kind of monster was only the weakest ordinary member in the team, then how strong would the captain and vice-captain be? This was definitely a dream team. Unfortunately, they had already entered the top 90. They would not be referees for tomorrow's match. The moment they thought of this, the 6 judges' eyes started to turn. What should they do? If this kind of genius was seen by the people behind, they would definitely want to snatch him. Tomorrow, why not get someone to be the substitute referee tomorrow, and they would go in to watch the match and see if they could find a chance to get closer to each other, then it would be easier to talk later. These few matches were really won effortlessly. They really could not see anything else. They could only see that his talent was outstanding, and his strength was even more shocking. Very quickly, the matches in the afternoon also ended. As for Phoenix City's second high school, these few words spread like wildfire. In just a short period of time, all the participating teams knew about it. The most popular candidate for champion. The most popular candidate for this year's Longhu list. Phoenix City second high. Yu Moyan, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu. That night, all the teams that entered the top 90 had an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. But after discussing, all the people from the various schools felt dispirited. There was really nothing they could do. Even if they wanted to come up with a targeted strategy, it would be difficult to implement. After all, the opponents still had 3 people who had not fought yet. The morning of the second day, when Zhou Xiaoduo and the others walked out of the Jade Spring Hotel, they immediately felt the subtle feeling of being the center of attention. This kind of attention was probably even higher than being the champion team of Hidden Dragon First High School. They were really the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was very complicated. This was an entire team of geniuses. If the cultivation of the remaining 3 people was similar to the previous 3 people, then this team of 6 people was a standard dream team. A true genius team. Indisputable. Yesterday, the little girl said that the remaining 3 people included the captain and vice-captain. How could the captain and vice-captain's strength be inferior to ordinary members? Even if one thought with their knees, that was impossible. If that was the case, it would be a joke. Morning. The first match. It was still Zhou Xiaoduo's turn to draw lots. This match, they finally drew an old opponent, and it should be Phoenix City Second High School's old opponent, Boyang City First High School. Li Zhongming. Sui Xiao Duo had a meaningful look in his eyes. I'll leave this match to you. Don't embarrass second high. Li Zhongming was as sleepy as usual. He said in a daze, "It's okay, Zhua. Don't worry." This time, the venue of the competition had changed to the first division. The number of spectators in the first competition zone greatly exceeded the number of spectators in the other competition zones. Most of the referees and teachers had come to watch the match. Although Luo Yanling and the others didn't get to sit in the referee's seat, they were all sitting in the first row to watch the match. When the 6 of them saw that the 6 of them from second high had arrived, they all revealed amiable expressions. However, their expressions immediately turned hostile. However, this hostility was directed at the people around them. No one is allowed to compete with me. Luo Yanling warned them one by one. Hee hee. Ha. Tsk. Hee 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 hee. Wei Heizi, back then you wrote me a love letter. Now the newcomer is better than the old. However, as long as you don't compete with me this time, I'll give you a chance. Luo Yanling helplessly began to seduce him. You also said that the newcomer is better than the old. With such a newcomer, I don't mind being a bachelor for the rest of my life. Wei Heizi rolled his eyes. If I don't compete with such a genius, my principal will swallow me alive when I get back. Good, you're so good. Luo Yanling was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. At this moment, dong! The bell rang. The match began. The first match was between Phoenix City Second High and Boyang City First High. On the opposite side, the 6 of them from Boyang City First High had a heavy expression on their faces. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The match had already begun, but they were still discussing their tactical countermeasures. On the other side, Li Zhongming came to the stage listlessly. He kept yawning as if he hadn't slept the entire night. He stood there with his head drooping. His eyes were squinted as he nodded his head. It was as if he would fall asleep in the next second. What's going on? Luo Yanling was a little confused. Could it be that he's been drugged? The teachers at the side were also bewildered. They made the ideal judgment that was most suitable for the current atmosphere. This situation didn't seem right no matter how they looked at it. And why is there no movement in the second high's resting area? Fuck, they're actually playing poker. One of the judges was so angry that his mouth was floating. Isn't this child's play? Just how little attention do they have on their opponents? They actually sent someone who hasn't woken up yet. Fuck. Someone from Boyang City First High's team slowly walked out. Shang Fong. I'm from the Central Plains, Boyang City First High. The one on the opposite side, sign up. Zhang Fong shouted loudly. He appeared even more heroic and imposing. Hearing this, Li Zhongming seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. He puffed out his chest and tried his best to put on an imposing appearance. He shouted, Li Zhongming. I'm from Phoenix City Second High. Phoenix City Second High. Li Zhongming felt that his previous sentence wasn't loud enough due to his drowsiness, so he shouted again. He faced the audience and said loudly, I originally didn't want to explain. Reputation doesn't bother me, but I'm not only representing myself, I'm also representing Phoenix City. If I were to embarrass our old principal, it would be my fault. My name is Li Zhongming, I'm from Phoenix City Second High. I'm practicing my family's great dream divine art. He roared, it's not that I'm not awake. Pfft. Many female teachers couldn't help but laugh. This kid, he's making me laugh to death. Great dream divine art. This shout startled many people who were about to fall asleep. They woke up with goosebumps all over their bodies. Fuck. I'm looking for you when I'm sick. Zhang Fang was speechless. Why are you so loud? Cut the crap. Li Zhongming was swaying. Hurry up and finish this, I still want to go back to sleep. Clang. Zhang Fang unsheathed his sword and said calmly, I don't know if you can still sleep after being defeated today. Li Zhongming yawned and praised, the way you draw your sword is very handsome. Come on. Before he could finish his words, his body suddenly rolled up like a tornado and crashed straight into Li Mu's body. It was obvious that he had just started, but the sound of air breaking was heard. The sound of the wind was so strong that everyone could hear it. Zhang Fang saw that his opponent was coming at him fiercely. The sword in his hand stabbed forward. It was obvious that he was going to use the move of man and sword as one. Unfortunately, before the sword could light up, it was already hit by Li Zhongming. Paw! The long sword broke with a loud sound. Bang! Zhang Fang was punched in the chest. Crack! 3 of his ribs were broken. Pft! He kicked Zhang Fang's lower abdomen again. His whole body flailed and fell out. He started to vomit blood in midair. Before he landed, he had already fainted. Li Zhongming shouted, next. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. At this moment, the few judges on the stage were all teachers from famous colleges and universities. Each of them had sharp eyes. They could see Li Zhongming's uniqueness at a glance. The 2 of them were communicating through sound transmission. I saw it clearly. How fast was his speed just now? It's about the speed of the beginning stage of the embryonic breathing realm. This brat should be carrying a heavy load on his body. A very heavy load. Which means that he is carrying a load of at least 7,000 pounds. In the innate realm, he has reached the speed of the embryonic breathing realm. Hiss. This brat has huge potential. Yes. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Li Zhongming had fought 4 matches in a row. He won all 4 matches. He defeated his opponents with ease. He defeated his old rival, Boyang City No. 1 Middle School, alone. None of his opponents were able to last 1 round. I am Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School, Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming shouted devoutly, as if he was worshipping, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 45. Record, complete victory. He had come all the way here with ease. With the highest score, he directly entered the top 45. Triumphant progress. The next battle, the top 20. So far, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School had only sent out 4 people. There were still 2 people who had not moved. Next battle, Li Chenglong. Sua Xiao Duo arranged in a low voice. Okay. Swollen, it's up to you. You must defeat him directly. Understood. Next to him, Hu Ruoyan expressed her sincere puzzlement. She asked, Sua Xiao Duo, as the team leader, don't you plan to fight? Sua Xiao Duo smiled and said, you're right. For the time being, I still want to observe the situation. I really don't plan to fight. I really don't need to fight now. The few of them are enough. He chuckled with a heartless look on his face. In Sua Xiaoduo's view, the current battle was a battle for luck. Li Chenglong and the others could snatch some luck from their opponents after every battle, and only one person could enjoy it. Such opportunities were rare. Naturally, he wanted to give his brothers as much as possible. If he could not fight, Sua Xiaoduo felt that he did not need to fight at all. There was no harm in giving all the luck he could get from this competition to Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others. This would be of great benefit to them when they went to a new school in the future. In the top 20 battle, Li Chenglong did not disappoint. He defeated his opponents with one move throughout the entire battle. Thus, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School entered the top 20, leading all the participating teams to advance first. On the big screen, Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School was in first place. Hu Ruoyun looked at the big screen. The words of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School were highlighted in red, and her eyes were filled with tears. Old principal, did you see that? In Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School. All the teachers and students in the school were watching the broadcast. Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School's name had always been in first place. From 375 to 180. Since then, it had always been in first place, never falling behind. In the school, the cheers were louder and louder. All the students were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chapter 321. Phoenix City's No. 2 High School entered the top 20 with a perfect record and an undisputed first place. Red name, first place. Li Changjiang was excited when he saw this. Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho were also here. They were just as concerned about this as Li Changjiang was. After all, this was the most recent thing that their teacher was concerned about. Seeing this, tears welled up in the eyes of the two of them. Their eyes were moist. Teacher. You should have seen this before leaving. Did you hear that? Your students, after winning, roared towards the sky on stage, Phoenix City's second high school. You should have heard it, right? Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears flowed down their cheeks. She thought about how one of the lifelong wishes of that respectable and amiable old woman was about to be fulfilled in a few days. There was less than a month left before she passed away, but she was destined to never see it again. She was filled with hatred in the underworld. How could she not be sorrowful? The three men hid in the principal's office. They locked the door and watched the live broadcast. Their eyes were filled with tears as they hugged their heads and cried. After a long time, Li Changjiang calmed down. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Stop crying. Stop crying. He kicked Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho and said angrily, Why are you crying? Is this the time to cry? You're only in the top 20. Don't you think it's too early to cry? Even if you want to cry, wait until you get first place. Jiang Zhangbin was still sobbing. He was stunned when he heard this. Sun Fengho was also stunned. He wiped his eyes and sat up straight. The two quickly sat upright on the sofa. They picked up a cup of tea and drank to cover up their embarrassment. However, the two felt that they were deceiving themselves and were embarrassed. How shameful, how shameful. You dare to hit me. You're going against the heavens. I'll cry if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Zhangbin was embarrassed. He said, Do you think I'm crying because of the tournament? That's not a big deal. Even if I get first place, I won't cry. Sun Fengho said, You're right. With Swishao's cultivation and strength, it's natural for them to win first place. What's there to cry about? Li Changjiang is really ignorant and has dragged us down for no reason. Jiang Zhangbin agreed repeatedly, That's right, isn't it? Li Changjiang, Sun Fengho then threatened, Headmasterly, you should pay more attention to what you say in the future. Don't make a mistake and let me have the chance to remove you from your position as headmaster. You know what I mean. Jiang Zhangbin said, Actually, there's no need to remove him from his post even if he made a mistake. I can just arrest him and send him in. There's a lot of good food for him. As he spoke, he glared at Li Changjiang. You know what I mean. Li Changjiang was speechless. Just now, the two of them were crying so hard that they were about to faint. All I did was give them a few words of advice. Why are they coming at me together? Don't cry if you want to. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes and continued watching the live broadcast. Jiang Zhangbin and Sun Fengho pretended to fiddle with their phones, but at some point, they turned their heads back and focused on watching the live broadcast. In the afternoon, the top 20 candidates had been decided one after another. Cui Xiao Duo and the others had been idling around. After all, before the top 20 were decided, they had nothing to do. Since there was nothing to do, the 6 of them went back to their rooms to meditate. Cui Xiao Duo rejected him in every way possible, but to no avail. Li Chenglong shamelessly stuck to Cui Xiao Duo to practice martial arts. Cui Xiao Duo was at his wit's end. Thus, Li Chenglong once again enjoyed the most passionate physical contact that he hadn't had in a long time. On the other hand, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai fell into an unprecedented state of being badly battered. A large group of teachers from different high martial arts schools came over and surrounded the two of them tightly, leaving no room for escape. Building relationships, building friendships, saying nice things. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had never been treated with such high standards in their lives. They were surrounded and flattered by a group of people whose status and cultivation were far higher than them. Teacher Hu, these few students of yours are really good. How old are they? Can you tell us a little about their family background? How long have these few students broken through to the innate stage? They should be going to high martial arts schools soon, right? These few students should have suppressed their realms before they broke through to the innate stage, right? How many times did they suppress their realms? Can you tell us? Just an approximate number is fine. These few students haven't decided which high martial arts school they want to go to, right? Why don't you consider us? We are brothers with second high school. We are old friends. Everyone knows the situation in our high school. The best choice is for the sake of those children. Teacher Hu, I'm from Shangjing. I heard that teacher Lu Chunchuan's family is from Phoenix City. Do you know him? Hu Ruoyun felt that her head had swelled by more than 10 times in just a moment. This wasn't a few, nor was it a few dozens. It was hundreds of people talking at once. But she didn't dare to offend any of them. I've just broken through to the innate stage. I've always been a teacher in the martial disciple class. I really don't know much about this group of children. Hu Ruoyun frowned and pointed at Luo Lai. But Teacher Luo is their current form teacher. As the saying goes, don't let your friend die. It was a textbook example of diverting trouble. Form teacher. Everyone immediately rushed over to Luo Lai. Teacher Luo, these few students are all from your class. You're a great talent. Ah, Teacher Luo, nice to meet you. Teacher Luo is really a talented person. He's brimming with talent and beyond all expectations. Teacher Luo, can you introduce these few children? These teachers of high martial arts schools were all the best of the best. Each and every one of them had extremely sharp eyes. Although Li Chenglong and the others had only fought once, in the eyes of these people, even if they couldn't see through them completely, at least they could see their unlimited potential and unlimited future. Of course, they had their flaws. But their potential was unusually huge. Their future was even more impressive. In a battle of the same age, in the same realm, all of them defeated their opponents in one move. They swept away everyone. This was an existence that completely crushed those in the same realm. How could they not be tempted? They believed that as long as there was a suitable teacher to guide them, they would be able to stand on their own in no time. In the future, their names would shake the world. Even their names would go down in history. It would be reasonable for them to become legends. And as long as this student's name shook the world, the first to receive rewards would naturally be the school that this student came from. And for a teacher to have such a student in his life, it would be enough to comfort him for the rest of his life and he would have no regrets. Right now, there were a total of 6 students of the same level here. Moreover, if they didn't fight for this kind of student, if other schools were to rope them in, there was a high possibility that they would suppress their own school in some future occasions. That if a leader really dug up old scores and found someone to take the blame, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Teacher Luo, please introduce them. All the high martial arts teachers begged at the same time, saying the request that everyone had been yearning for the most. That's good too. Luo Lai didn't have any intention of taking them. Instead, he intended to explain the details of these 6 children to the various high martial arts schools. After all, choosing a relatively reliable school for these 6 children and building up their reputation in advance was one of the purposes of his visit this time. For the sake of the children, it was necessary to hand over the children he raised to others. But it still depended on whether the person who entrusted the children to him could be at ease. Since everyone came with the intention, I won't hide anything. Through the previous few matches, everyone already has a certain understanding of the other 5 children from our schools. Then, I'll first introduce the 6th person that you haven't met yet. It's that handsome and tall boy. He's about 1.9 meters tall. This boy is their captain, Sua Xiao Duo. This child has a lot of ideas, but he's the most upright person. Luo Lai said, this child's organizational skills are extremely strong. He's always been kind to others. He's upright and outspoken. He won't be swayed by external factors and is extremely persistent. His relationship with his classmates can be said to be excellent. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. After listening to this introduction, all the teachers had a good impression of this Sua Xiao duo who had yet to appear. A leader who could make so many geniuses accept him wholeheartedly, this child must be extraordinary. At the side, Hu Ruoyun almost laughed out loud. She tried hard to control her expression so that she wouldn't lose control. Everything else was fine. Only the last 2 sentences. They fight together every day. There's no grudge, only closeness. Although these 2 sentences were true, the main point was that they fight together every day. However, there's no grudge, only closeness. What's his cultivation level like? A teacher asked. It was still a question that everyone was eager to know. He's the captain. Luo Lai said reservedly, the captain that everyone expects. His words immediately made everyone understand what was going on. Their expectations of Sua Xiao duo immediately became even hotter. Vice Captain Li Chenglong. He's the one who fought this morning. Luo Lai said, this student Li Chenglong, other than his own cultivation level and strength, he also has an encyclopedic memory. He has an eidetic memory. He's smart and resourceful. He's the successor of Phoenix City's ancient martial arts Li family. Encyclopedic memory. Eidetic memory. Hearing this evaluation, the eyes of a few of the teachers lit up. Wan Lixiu, the only girl in this small team. She's smart and far-sighted. She's beautiful and intelligent. Her aptitude is also good. She's hardworking and doesn't have the slightest bit of a girl's squeamishness. You have to know that her father is the governor of Phoenix City, Lord Wan Pingyuan. For such a family to have such a character, it's really commendable. Yes, girls should avoid being coquettish and lazy. They shouldn't be down to earth. Being evaluated as hardworking was already a great compliment. It was really commendable and hard to come by. The student who fought in the second round is called Long Yuxing. He's hardworking and smart. His personality is good and his aptitude is good. He's from the ancient martial arts Long family. The reason why I mentioned him first is because he and Wan Lixiu are a couple. They're engaged. Luo Lai continued to introduce. Everyone's eyes lit up again. Does this mean that if you get one, you get two? This is really worth it. Chapter 322. The first student to fight is called Umoyan. Umo Yen had it the hardest. His family was poor, and the reason why he was able to reach his current cultivation base was all because of his own hard work. Luo Lai sighed and said, "So. I hope that no matter which school accepts Umoyan, please take good care of him. He will not disappoint." At this moment, a voice came from outside, "Jade's Sun High Marshal will waive all fees and high scholarships. Give them to Umoyan. I'll find a rich teacher for him. Give him money every day. When he grows up, he'll have a wife, a cultivation partner. If there's no other way, I'll give him my daughter. I'll do what I say." The one who spoke was Luo Yenling. She was small and had arrived a little late. Facing these tall and strong male teachers, and under the premise that everyone's cultivation base was about the same, she couldn't squeeze in. She could only jump high outside. Now that she heard that Umoyan, who she was most interested in, had such a poor family background, she immediately shouted and wrote a large check. But this check was not an empty one. It was real and not fake. And the dozens of teachers who squeezed in front were all twitching their mouths. These conditions. They really couldn't beat them. The ones in front were all fine. But things like having a wife or a cultivation partner. They really didn't dare to do it. The last one, Li Changming, is that kid who always looks like he can't wake up. Luo Lai's face was full of smiles. Jade Sun High Marshal was also a famous school. Giving such generous conditions was enough to show their sincerity. Li Changming is also a direct descendant of an ancient martial arts family. He cultivates his family's dream divine technique. I won't say anything else, but I'll say one thing. This kid has great potential and can't be compared to ordinary people. At this moment, one of the teachers asked, "Teacher Luo, each of your students is not bad. If I may be so bold as to ask, based on the strength of these students, they must have suppressed their realms before breaking through, right? Can I ask how many times they suppressed their cultivation base?" Luo Lai laughed. "This, I really can't say. Sorry." Understood. All the teachers nodded their heads repeatedly. They looked at Luo Lai with even more respect. Suppressing the number of breakthroughs in one's cultivation could be said to be a student's biggest secret. This kind of secret could only be found out by the student's homeroom teacher or the student's direct master after entering the higher martial arts level. It could be said to be absolutely private. For Luo Lai to be able to keep such a secret for his students, such a teacher was worthy of respect. By the way, this Sua Xiao Duo. Is he known as the Iron Fist Prince? A teacher asked abruptly. This teacher was really well informed. The nickname Iron Fist Young Master seemed to have only appeared once, but now he was asked about it. The corner of Luo Lai's mouth twitched. He braced himself and said, "Although this nickname is a little silly, it is still true to its name. You must know that the attack power of his fists is extremely high. None of the students in the same batch can go against him. The reason why they dared to take a punch from him is probably because of this. Those guys gave him such a nickname. Why did they call him by it here?" He sighed. "To be honest, I'm really speechless about this. This nickname is really too simple and crude." After this explanation, all the teachers present laughed at the same time. Indeed, this nickname was too simple and crude. It directly announced what he was best at. It's not a big deal. The teachers all had benevolent and kind smiles on their faces. Many of them had already started to plan Zhou Xiaoduo's future path in their hearts. A few of them sneered in their hearts. Was it really not good to have such a nickname? Was it really too simple and crude? Hee, that would depend on how you teach him. If it were me, I would definitely make this nickname the best protection. A few of the teachers understood the situation and then left. They sent the information back to the headquarters. Definitely a genius. No matter if it's someone who has already appeared or not, they are all great geniuses. I recommend the highest enrollment authority. As for Zhou Xiaoduo's group of 6, there were many people who did not make a move at all. For example, Martial Hidden Dragon of the Central Plains, Martial High Cloud of Shangjing, and Martial Ancestor Dragon of Shangjing. The top 3 martial artists in the Star Soul realm did not make a move. After all, these 3 high schools had never lacked genius students. It had always been the geniuses who cried and screamed to squeeze into these 3 high schools. The 3 high schools had never taken the initiative to recruit any students and give them such benefits. Zhou Xiaoduo's group of 6 were indeed geniuses. At that time, the 3 high schools did not deign to lower themselves to take the initiative to recruit them. Although the teachers of these high schools kept their eyes on them, they also sighed in their hearts. It was really a pity that such geniuses landed in other schools. However, they did not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. For the entire afternoon, Luo Lai's high school teachers came in batches, sent away batches, and came in batches. Luo Lai's mouth was already dry from all the introductions. He repeated the same words 7 or 8 times. When he saw Hu Ruoyun, she had already hidden to the side as if it was none of her business. Don't you need protection for cultivation? I'll protect the children, that's the most important thing. Sigh, men are so thin-skinned. Luo Lai was extremely envious of Hu Ruoyun. Why did I snatch the position of head teacher at that time? Sigh. The top 20 were only decided when the sky was almost dark in the afternoon. Hidden Dragon, Yunduan, Ancestral Dragon. The 3 high schools did not make a move. Hearing Luo Lai's feedback, Zhou Xiaoduo was extremely unhappy. Am I not a genius enough? Not only him, but Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and Li Chenglong's target were also these 3 famous schools. However, they did not get any response. At this moment, they were all silent. Hu Ruoyun naturally knew what was on their minds. She comforted them gently, it's okay. There's still tomorrow. Try your best to show your strength. Naturally, everyone will look askance. But from tomorrow onwards, a fierce battle will begin. Luo Lai said in a low voice, now, the ones with the highest chance of winning are not us. It's Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, and Shubeiqing No. 1 High School. Our Phoenix City No. 2 High School can only be ranked 5th. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. It can't be. Haven't we always been ranked first in terms of points? Sigh, being ranked first in terms of overall points does not mean that we are also ranked first in terms of deterrence. After all, we have not encountered many strong teams all the way until now. Luo Lai said, to be called a school with sufficient deterrence, there must be at least 1 or more embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Now, in the top 20 schools, every team has such fierce characters. There is no lack of later-stage embryonic breathing realm geniuses. Furthermore, we have never encountered a team like this before. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that our overall points were the real number 1, and your performance was sufficiently dazzling, we wouldn't even be able to keep our title of number 5. Luo Lai said, so, don't let your guard down in the future battles. Zhou Xiaoduo squinted his eyes and said, oh. Li Chenglong frowned and said, Teacher Luo, I would like to ask you a question. If we did not suppress the agitation of our vital essence, with our current strength, would we be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm now? Luo Lai thought for a while and said with deliberation, to be fair, with the strength that you possess now, you have undoubtedly surpassed the average embryonic breathing realm. But the standard that we are talking about is the most average embryonic breathing realm. If you did not suppress the agitation of your vital essence to break through, now, you may not be able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm. Luo Lai said very pertinently, don't think that. Only you can suppress the agitation of your vital essence. In fact, suppressing the agitation of your vital essence has long been the consensus of advanced practitioners. Being able to break through to the embryonic breathing realm does not mean that they did not suppress the agitation of their vital essence when they were in the innate realm or martial arts master realm. So, the battle situation is not optimistic. You must act carefully and avoid being blindly optimistic and thinking that you are infallible. The 6 of them nodded silently at the same time. Hu Ruoyun said, Teacher Luo is right. With your current experience and knowledge, you may never be able to imagine that some ancient martial arts clans would crazily pour out resources to their genius heirs. I have heard of it before. It was our Phoenix City No. 1 middle school's young master Blue Blade. Back then, when he was practicing, he was not just practicing by himself. In his clan, 5 clan elders who were nearing the end of their lifespans took turns to imbue him with power. They changed one every week. Originally, sacrificing the strength and life of the older generation to imbue him with power would only allow him to absorb 10% of it. However, his clan supported him at all costs and forced him to rise. Moreover, when he was in a lower realm, he did not suppress the agitation of his vital essence. In the later stages, when he could no longer suppress it, the clan's No. 1 expert personally helped him suppress the agitation of his vital essence and even expanded his dantian. It was this kind of support that allowed young Master Blue Blade to become so famous today. Hu Ruoyun said softly, in fact, this kind of situation is not rare at all in some clans or sects. There are too many people who do this. It is definitely more than what I have just said. It is even crazier. Also, there are records in ancient books about using blood essence and divine blood to benefit oneself. There are many people who go around gathering the blood essence of divine beasts or the blood essence of experts above the imperial god realm and use it to fuse with their blood. Even more extreme is yin and yang harvesting to strengthen the cauldrons. The chosen cauldrons are all young men and women, and they are all talented people. Luo Lai said, that is the theory. Do you understand now? You do not have to belittle yourselves and be unconfident in your own strength. At the same time, you have to be cautious. Do not underestimate any enemy. Even if they do not win as quickly as us, it does not mean that they are weaker than us. Today's 4th update, please vote, recommend vote. Chapter 323. In this world, we are not the only ones who can hide our strength. It is normal to hide a trump card. Even if we have many trump cards, we may not be able to protect them completely. Luo Lai said seriously, and this is Jianghu. This is Jianghu, students. Luo Lai said these few words very solemnly. Every word was spoken with a heavy tone. Jianghu. Sua Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. He turned around and looked at his teammates. He shrugged and laughed weirdly. Jianghu, so scary. Are you guys scared? This sentence caused a new round of laughter. Li Chenglong laughed loudly. What's there to be scared of? That's right, what's there to be scared of? Yu Moyin and Long Yuxing shouted at the same time. Wan Lixiu pursed her lips and smiled. In the end, she was too embarrassed to say, what's there to be scared of? Huff. Huff. Li Zhongming opened his eyes in a daze. He wiped his saliva and asked blankly, "What are you guys talking about?" Luo Lai touched his forehead and was speechless. "Have confidence in yourself. Don't worry too much." Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand. "What's there to be scared of? One word, do it tomorrow. Just do it." The six of them shouted in unison. Then, they high-fived each other and went into their own rooms to recharge their energy. Hu Ruoyun nodded. Her face was filled with gratification. Whether it should be said or not, Luo Lai's words were still very damaging to their morale. It was their first time participating in this kind of competition. The most important thing was their drive. If this drive was worn away, they would suspect that their opponents were hiding their strength. It would be really bad if they were constantly restrained. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo jumped out at the last moment and said something funny to help everyone regain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, it would be Hu Ruoyun's turn to think of a way to dispel this layer of concern. "Teacher Luo, although what you said is pertinent and the situation is like that, what you said is too serious. The children know how to improvise," Hu Ruoyun said with a frown. Luo Lai obviously realized this as well. He wiped his sweat and said, "Yes, yes." There was a hint of lingering fear in his actions. If because of what he had said, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others would have their hands tied and feet tied in the following matches, affecting their performance and stopping them in the top 20, even if Luo Lai were to die as an apology, he would still be filled with hatred. The morning of the second day arrived quickly. On this day, the sky was cloudy and windy. The sky was gloomy, giving people an indescribable feeling of discomfort. When Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai led their team out, they met Teacher Li from Fenghai 13 Middle School, who was also leading his team out. Both parties stopped at the entrance of the hotel at the same time. On the other side, Teacher Li smiled faintly and glanced at the faces of Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. She smiled and said, "Congratulations, Teacher Hu. Congratulations to Second High School for being in the limelight and entering the top 20 again." "Hee hee." Hu Ruoyun said faintly, "Could it be that Fenghai 13 Middle School has been eliminated?" Teacher Li's smile did not change at all. She said faintly, "I'm sorry, our luck is good this time. It didn't take much effort to enter the top 20. It seems that both sides can't avoid a battle in the end." Hu Ruoyun said faintly, "I'm looking forward to it." Originally, the conversation could have come to an end and they would not have a falling out. However, at this moment, one of the two girls in white suddenly opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Teacher, is this Teacher Hu the one you mentioned who was crippled in the past? The genius who fell into the mortal world, but I don't know who crippled him." Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly focused and an extreme killing intent rose in his heart. Teacher Li said indifferently, "To be honest, I'm also very sorry. I've felt guilty for a long, long time. I really didn't expect that a very light blow back then would cripple someone. Fortunately, Teacher Hu has recovered now. Otherwise, how can I be at ease?" Luo Lai took a deep breath, surnamed Li Qingqiu. "You're too much. Too much. I'm sorry." Teacher Li on the other side laughed loudly. There was not the slightest intention of apologizing. However, geniuses must be protected. Like you guys who come out to show off, if a few more of you are crippled, then it will be even worse. Hu Ruoyun's eyes flashed with extreme anger. The meaning of this sentence was simply full of malice. Luo Lai said tit for tat, "Likewise. You have many geniuses. To be able to enter the top 20, you all have a few skills. If you're crippled, then it's too much of a pity." "Is that so?" Li Qingqiu on the other side laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." One of the two girls in white behind him curled her lips and smiled, saying, "Teacher, if you let the students follow in their teacher's footsteps, it won't be good, right? She said it won't be good, but her smile was very meaningful. Li Qingqiu shook his head repeatedly. This is tradition, understand? They laughed together. At this time, the leader of Fenghai 13 also opened his mouth. He used a disdainful gaze to sweep over Shuo Duo, and said with a crooked mouth, "Iron Fist young master, you're the only one in your group who hasn't made a move yet. I really want to see what kind of trash this new Iron Fist young master is after your Phoenix City Second High's old principal died, and what kind of ability you have." Everyone in Phoenix City Second High was furious. This kid's mouth was really too cheap. Provocation was provocation, but he bluntly used the old principal to talk about it. This made people unable to tolerate it. Even if both sides were enemies, at least they should maintain some respect for the deceased. They only heard Shuo Duo laugh and say, "I'm not looking forward to playing with you. You look like a green tortoise that's about the same as your teacher Li's ugly melon crack jujube. I don't have the slightest bit of interest. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. But I actually like the two girls behind you who just spoke. I only like to play with them. I can play however I want, no matter where. In the forest, in the grass, in the water, on the mountain, it's all fine. I don't care about the place. Even if it's a threesome, I won't refuse. Hey, leader, how many quality goods like this do you have in your school? I feel that I still have quite a surplus. If you give me 3 or 5 more, I can still kindly accept them." Shuo Duo said with a smile, "I don't mind having more. I can do it, I'm very good at it. If you don't believe me, let them come and try. 202 at a time, absolutely the market price. I'm honest with both the old and the young, and I won't go back on my word. Cash transaction, hee, a new number." Shuo Duo. The leader roared, his eyes revealing an extreme killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must kill you." Shuo Duo laughed, "I don't want to lower myself to the level of a dying person. But I can't bear to kill the two girls behind you just like that. They're so soft and tender. Even if I really want to kill them, I'll have to play with them first. No matter how pink they are, they're still pink first. As for whether or not they'll become skeletons later, it depends on my mood. Who knows, maybe they'll serve me well." The two girls' faces were already filled with extreme anger. Shuo Duo. "You're courting death." With a clang, they flashed their weapons and were about to rush over. Teacher Li's face showed anger. He raised his hand to stop his two students and said coldly, "Phoenix City's Second High, is this the kind of upbringing?" Hu Ruoyun still said indifferently, "Fenghai's 13th High, is this the kind of school spirit? Despicable character." Teacher Li looked at Shuo Duo and pointed his finger fiercely, "Even if there's a conflict, why insult women?" Hu Ruoyun stepped forward and blocked in front of Shuo Duo. Her finger also pointed at the leader opposite her, "Despicable character. Even if there's a conflict, how dare you insult a well-respected deceased?" The two girls in white behind him gritted their teeth. "Shuo Duo, you're dead." Shuo Duo rolled his eyes, "Hey, sorry, I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? It's too funny. You don't really think I'll play with you too, right? You two look like two piles of shit. How can anyone be interested in you? You're overestimating yourselves." He put on a fearful expression and shivered all over. "Swollen, are you interested?" I withered when I saw it. "Me too." Li Chenglong trembled, "So ugly. Oh my god. How can it be like this?" Li Changming said, "Why don't you give it to old you?" Yu Moyan shook his head and said angrily, "How dare you look down on me like this? I won't do it even if you give me money." The other side was furious, but they had nothing to say. They knew that whatever they said now would only bring shame to themselves. Fine, fine, fine. Teacher Lee gritted his teeth, see you in the arena. He led the team out. The leader stayed at the back. He suddenly stopped and shouted, Swashao Duo, do you dare to fight in the life or death arena? I, Wu Yuntian, want to fight you. Swashao Duo smiled darkly, you're a coward and you dare to fight in the life or death arena. I think you're just a coward. You don't have the guts. Do you dare? Wu Yuntian asked seriously. Are you an idiot? Swashao Duo said, don't you understand human language? Okay. Wu Yuntian shouted. See you in the arena. Swashao Duo laughed and suddenly said, thank you. Wu Yuntian turned and left. Seeing Wu Yuntian turn and leave, Wan Lixio's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. Teacher Hu, when you were injured that year, your cultivation stagnated. Is it related to this Li guy? Hu Ruoyun said indifferently, it's all in the past. Why bring up the past? It has nothing to do with your competition. Wan Lixio smiled coldly, now, it might have nothing to do with you, but it has a lot to do with us. This Li guy, I won't let him leave South G City. When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and gasp in amazement. Wan Lixio was the eldest daughter of the governor, but normally, she did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. She did not have the slightest bit of haughtiness, nor did she put on any airs. However, when these words came out of her mouth, people did not even have the slightest suspicion. With Wan Lixio's family background, it would be an exaggeration to say that killing a martial arts teacher who was only at the peak of the inner core realm was a certainty. It would be more appropriate to say that it would be foolproof. Xiu'er is so domineering. Swashao Duo praised, since we have nothing to do, why don't you talk about what happened in the past, Teacher Hu? Chapter 324. Hu Ruoyun brought the students into the car. She closed her eyes and lightly said, at that time, everyone was still young. I was only a martial warrior. By chance, I organized a few school parties. Our Phoenix City was a small border city. At that time, we were the ones who were helped. With that said, everyone understood at once. This kind of thing happened often before. For example, in the suburbs of Shangjing, or in a big city, in a remote school. The so-called mutual exchange and mutual promotion was claimed to let the superior people reminisce about the good things, and the backward people learn from the advanced experience. Deep down, this was a very brainless way of doing things. It was unknown which official had a screw loose in his head to do this kind of stupid thing. Getting together like this, other than raising one side's sense of superiority and attacking the other side's self-esteem, it also left a flashy dream in the hearts of many students. There was no substantial benefit at all. At that time, Second High School was the one who was helped. The other side was undoubtedly Fenghai 13 High School. When children of about the same age got together, it was easy to imagine that it was easy to make friends. However, when it came to conflicts, it was also very fast. Hu Ruoyun was the most beautiful girl in the two schools at that time. At the same time, she was also the one with the best qualifications. A lot of things were derived from this. At that time, the young Li Qingqiu of Fenghai 13 High School had a lot of ideas. However, Hu Ruoyun and Li Changjiang were childhood sweethearts. They had long been in love with each other. Regarding this sudden idea, they naturally rejected it. After rejecting it, this student Li Qingqiu used a heavy hand in a spar. No one would have thought that this young man who had just confessed his love for her would be so vicious. That heavy hand directly destroyed Hu Ruoyun's dantian, which led to the tragedy of Hu Ruoyun's life. Later, Hu Ruoyun stayed in Second High School as a teacher, and this young man surnamed Li also stayed in Fenghai 13 High School as a teacher. After a long time, Li Changjiang wanted to find trouble with him many times, but the internal conflict between the two teachers had a huge impact. It could be said that the grudge between Phoenix City's 2nd high school and Finghai's 13th high school was also caused by this teacher Li. During the first encounter between the two schools, the students from Finghai's 13th high school were precisely this teacher Li's favorite students. Moreover, in the competition, while gaining the upper hand, he also ruthlessly dealt heavy blows. In the future, this cycle of revenge had continued until now. Hu Ruoyun gave a brief account of the past. In the end, she said indifferently, this is a grudge between the older generation. Don't get involved. Just focus on the competition. Wanli Xiao was about to say something, but she was stopped by Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said, Of course. Let's not talk about whether we have the strength or not. Just our status alone is not right. Don't worry, Teacher Hu. I only have one goal, which is to bring back at least 4 of the 6 people who came here. Hu Ruoyun nodded and immediately warned, don't take risks. It's not worth it to take risks for the grudge between the older generation. We're not dead yet. It's right for us to solve this grudge by ourselves. Besides, the grudges between the older generation have nothing to do with the students. The students are innocent. Why should we let them go back lying down? Hu Ruoyun said, this will affect the children's life. Zhou Xiaoduo, Wanli Xiao, and the others secretly rolled their eyes. Among the 1 man and 2 women who spoke, which one was innocent? It wouldn't be too much to beat them to death. Seeing that the 6 people didn't speak, Hu Ruoyun said in a heavy tone, do you understand? Understood. Under Zhou Xiaoduo's lead, the 6 people all looked obedient, nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Li Chenglong changed the topic very sensibly. With a face full of surprise, he asked, Zhou, you actually didn't read the fortune of the 6 people? Zhou Xiaoduo's bad habit of reading the fortune of his opponents before fighting was no longer a secret among Li Chenglong and the others. It was a habit. I was afraid that reading their fortune would dirty my eyes. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes revealed a sharp look, however, that Wu Yuntian hid his cultivation. He's quite a character. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid that the few of you won't be his match. This guy has already reached the embryonic breathing realm. Yu Moyan insisted, I want to fight. I want to give it a try. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the fluctuation of luck on top of Yu Moyan's head and said indifferently, this fight is mine. The other party has already called out the Iron Fist Prince. What are you trying to do? Are you the Iron Fist Prince? Yu Moyan was exasperated, so you've been scheming since the day of registration. Zhou Xiaoduo was calm and unruffled. He nodded continuously with a face full of smiles. He closed his eyes and rested. He thought to himself, didn't read their fortune. How is that possible? It would be weird if I didn't read their fortune. These guys are all shrouded in a deathly aura. It's obvious that they need me to release their souls. If you guys go up, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill them. It's against the heavens. Drawing lots. Zhou Xiaoduo prayed in his heart. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. He must draw Fenghai City's 13th high school. That he drew his lot and looked. However, he was greatly disappointed. It wasn't Fenghai City's 13th high school, but another martial arts school. Zhou Xiaoduo first looked at the opponent's fortune, then looked at the people who were going to fight. He immediately decided on the person to fight. Yu Moyan, didn't you want to fight? Fenghai City's 13th high school doesn't have a spot for you. However, I can give this opponent to you now. Go up and beat them up. Yu Moyan was unwilling to do this. He knew that if he really fought in this round, when it was Fenghai City's 13th high school's turn, there would be no room for him to fight. While he was hesitating and dilly-dallying, he was unprepared for Zhuxiaoduo's kick. Get out! Yu Moyan was kicked out like a ferocious dog. He was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Zhua, how can you be so selfish? You want to eat all by yourself. We won't give in. Everyone around was confused. What did he mean? Eat all by himself. How did he eat all by himself? How did he become selfish? Everyone really didn't understand what he meant. The captain of Phoenix City's second high school crossed his legs and said leisurely, You don't agree? Why don't you be the captain? This sentence not only made Yu Moyan choke, it also made everyone who heard it choke. How despicable. Everyone wanted to ask Yu Moyan to reply, If I could be the captain, would it be your turn? However, Yu Moyan obviously wasn't so stubborn. Seeing that it was a foregone conclusion, he swallowed his anger and took a stance on the field. He vented all his anger on his opponents. Come up quickly. Let's finish this quickly. I still have other things to do. When this sentence came out, many people who were paying attention almost fainted on the spot. Especially teacher Luo Yenling, her heart was filled with pain. So little Moyan has no status in their team. When Jade Sun High School comes, I will take good care of him. I will let him improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, he will find this captain and get justice. If this sentence was heard by Long Yuxing and the other three, including Yu Moyan, they would only sigh and say, Teacher, you think too much. We have long given up on this unrealistic hope. In this round, the top 15 of the top 20, the second high school's opponent was South G City's third high school. Facing Yu Moyan's provocation, this team's response was very interesting. A member at the end of the line was the first to step out. He only exchanged 3 moves with Yu Moyan before he was knocked back by Yu Moyan's punch. He clutched his chest and said, We surrender. This surrender was not only his personal surrender, but also the surrender of South G City's third high school. They forfeited. However, this surrender made countless spectating teachers nod their heads. Phoenix City's second high school had won 5 matches in a row. They were strong, had great talent, and had the potential to win the championship. As for South G City's third high school, they obviously didn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Instead of fighting with all their strength and having to surrender due to injuries, it was better to conserve their strength and prepare for the next round of elimination. Perhaps they could fight for a chance to enter the top 15. South G City's third high school's decision seemed to be a sign of weakness, but it was actually very wise. Because their next opponent would definitely be a team that had just finished a fierce battle. They would definitely take advantage of this situation. Next, it was another round of waiting. Due to the fact that there were only 10 matches in the current round of 20 to 15 participants, the amount of time used was far more than the previous few days. Zhuxiaoduo and the rest naturally couldn't return to the resting room to cultivate. They still stayed near the arena, but no one was idle. Each of them took out the star-soul jade they carried with them and concentrated on cultivating, racing against time. It was worth mentioning that after Yu Moyan and the others broke through to the Xiantian realm, except for Wan Lixio's spatial ring, which was given to her by her family, the other 4 boys' spatial rings were all bought from Zhuxiaoduo. Zhuxiaoduo had only said that he was selling them, and each of the 4 boys had already snatched one of them. Until now. The 1 meter higher Master Zhua had received 4 promissory notes. Long Yuxing and the other 3 didn't even pay in cash. Because of this matter, Master Zhua, who was greedy and stingy, had already lost his temper several times. However, Long Yuxing and the others turned a deaf ear to him and refused to pay. I owe you. It's not like I won't give it to you. When it's convenient for me, I'll give it to you. Look at how anxious you are. Do we look like people who refuse to pay? Why are you so anxious? We are schoolmates. Are you afraid that we will refuse to pay? In this regard, Sua Xiao Duo was at his wit's end. He could still snatch the others back, but the 4 rings were bound to his divine soul. How could he get rid of these 4 fellows who refused to pay? As soon as the spatial rings were mentioned, Master Sua's eyes turned red. This is the first time in my life that I've been taken advantage of like this. The 4 of you just wait and see. Until 11 o'clock. The top 15 were finally decided. Sua Xiao Duo went forward to draw lots, and he met Wu Yuntian head-on. The 2 of them looked at each other face to face. Sua Xiao Duo didn't give way. Wu Yuntian was slightly shorter than Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo looked down at him with his head slightly lowered, while Wu Yuntian looked up slightly. It was their eyes meeting. Chapter 325. Sua Xiao Duo lowered his head and stared at Wu Yuntian. Then, he rolled his eyes and showed the whites of his eyes. The look in his eyes clearly expressed one word: trash. He rolled his eyes again and gave him a look of disdain: idiot. Since he lowered his head, no one except Wu Yuntian could see his expression. Wu Yuntian wanted to scold him, but after thinking about it, he decided to draw lots first. He took a step back, curled his lips, and walked past Sua Xiao Duo. I'll let you be proud first, I'll beat you to death later. However, the moment Sua Xiao Duo saw him curling his lips, he exploded without warning. Wu Yuntian. Are you crazy? What did the referees do to you? You scolded them. How can you be so uneducated? At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone was waiting for the lots to be drawn. The effect of Sua Xiao Duo's sudden shout was earth-shattering. Everyone was shocked for a moment. Their gazes followed the sound and looked over, especially the few judges and referees. Their faces became gloomy all of a sudden. Scolding the judges. Wu Yuntian felt blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, Sua Xiao Duo, don't you dare slander me. When did I scold? Scold the teachers. Wu Yuntian was halfway through his sentence when Sua Xiao Duo suddenly turned around and pointed a finger at his eyes. Wu Yuntian subconsciously paused midway, and the words that came out of his mouth became, when did I scold? Scold teacher. You scolded them just now. Sua Xiao Duo looked simple and honest. He said disdainfully, I can't stand despicable people like you who say one thing and mean another. You didn't scold them just now, so why did you say when you scolded Teacher Ma? I didn't say who you scolded. Why are you in such a hurry to distinguish the details? Sua Xiao Duo was filled with righteous indignation. Since you didn't ask, then let me ask you. What did Teacher Ma do to you that you scolded him? Among the judges, there was a teacher with the surname Ma. Master Sua already knew about this. This was also the reason why Master Sua had an idea. That Teacher Ma happened to have a long horse face. He looked quite fierce. He was ashamed of his inferiority and cared a lot about his appearance. One could even say that he was afraid of it. At this moment, his face was even more gloomy. The other teachers were also flabbergasted. They really didn't notice any small movements here just now. Did Wu Yuntian really scolded him? If he didn't scold him, then there was no need to argue about the details. Sua, Wu Yuntian scolded his face. Teacher Ma, Teacher Wu scolded you. And scolded Teacher Ma. Scolded Wu scolded him. Teacher Ma's face turned gloomy. He glared at Wu Yuntian and said, check the surveillance footage. The other teachers were also gloomy. Some felt that Teacher Ma was making a mountain out of a molehill, but some felt that it was necessary to clarify this matter. The surveillance video was quickly shown. Although it was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, no matter if it was from the left or the right, Wu Yuntian's mouth seemed to move when the two of them brushed past each other. He curled his lips and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo cried out with a surprised expression. It seemed like the truth was out. Wu Yuntian had indeed scolded him. And from the way his lips moved, the words he scolded at that moment should be extremely vulgar. At this moment, all the judges looked at Wu Yuntian with unfriendly eyes. We worked so hard to be judges. Are we here to be scolded? Besides, who do you think you are, Wu Yuntian? Wu Yuntian felt that even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to wash away this injustice. He said angrily, I didn't scold him. I didn't scold him. I really didn't scold him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also angry. You scolded him. You scolded him. You scolded him. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of righteousness. He was simple and honest. Instinctively, he gave off a feeling that this child's words were reliable. Definitely reliable. This child didn't look like the kind of child who liked to lie and slander others. He also had a strong sense of justice. Yes, yesterday, his form teacher seemed to have emphasized this personality of his, righteousness. He couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was gloomy as he said, let's forget about this matter. Hurry up and draw the lots. Wu Yuntian felt that something was amiss. Was he holding a grudge? He hurriedly shouted, Teacher Ma, I really didn't scold you. Teacher Ma waved his hand in disgust. All right, hurry up and draw the lots. You've already wasted a lot of time. Wu Yuntian was extremely angry. He turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I have no grievances with you. Why did you frame me? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of surprise as he asked, Yes, you have no grievances with me. Why would I frame you? Wu Yuntian was provoked by this rhetorical question. He almost vomited blood. You're shameless. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be unable to hold it in any longer. He cried out as if he had been wronged. It's just a drawing of lots. Who wants to cause trouble and complicate matters? The problem is that you've gone too far. Teacher Ma came all the way here to judge the winner and uphold justice for us. You're so selfless and upright. How noble are you? What do you mean by saying that I'm ugly the moment you come up? Did I eat your rice just because I'm good-looking? I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, can't stand people like you. If I can't stand you, I'll say it. I'll say it. There's no such logic in this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo said hatefully, How did Teacher Ma offend you? Why did you do this? Don't be afraid of others talking about it. Wu Yuntian felt his vision turn black. He shouted crazily, I didn't scold you. I didn't scold you. If you didn't scold me, then why are you in such a hurry? Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, so many people have seen the surveillance footage. Don't tell me that I've wronged you. Did I frame you? If you don't move your mouth, then am I framing you or am I framing myself? Do you think I'm stupid? Wu Yuntian threw caution to the wind. He knew that if he didn't clear up the matter today, the judges and referees would definitely have opinions about him. The most direct consequence would be that his future would be affected. He said firmly, You keep saying that I scolded Teacher Ma. Then answer me. What did I scold? Zhuo Xiaoduo turned around and bowed to Teacher Ma. Then he turned around and said, I really don't dare to repeat what you said. Teacher Ma is an elder worthy of my respect. I've asked you to scold him once too many times. Now you want to repeat it. Wu Yuntian was furious. He said, You don't dare to say it. Sua Xiaoduo said, I don't dare to say it. Then how do you prove that I scolded Teacher Ma and that you're not slandering me? Wu Yuntian thought that he had succeeded. This. Do I still need to prove it? Sua Xiaoduo looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread his hands and said, I think that justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue anymore. Under the eyes of so many people. There's no need to argue. Teacher Ma is magnanimous and Wang Han is tolerant. Let's just draw the lots and not waste any more time. Wu Yuntian was so angry that he almost fainted. He felt like he had no way to defend himself. I. On the stage, Teacher Ma let out a thunderous roar. Hurry up and draw the lots. Teacher Ma's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The way he looked at Wu Yuntian was as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The truth was right in front of him. Why did he want Sua Xiaoduo to repeat what he had scolded? Do you think I don't know what you're scolding? Other than my face being too long, what else do I have that makes people look down on me the moment they meet me? Why did he have to repeat it? This kid really has a wicked heart. Fortunately, Sua Xiaoduo didn't repeat those two words. Otherwise, humph. Sua Xiaoduo, this kid, was indeed a person with a strong sense of justice. Not bad. The other teachers also felt that the development of today's situation was too strange. There seemed to be something fishy going on. But since the person involved had spoken, and their suspicions were just suspicions, maybe Wu Yuntian had really scolded him. Just as he said, there was no enmity between them. Then why didn't Sua Xiaoduo slander him? Furthermore, Wu Yuntian's mouth had indeed moved. This was irrefutable evidence. On the stage, Teacher Li, who was leading Feng Hai, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were beaming with joy. Only the people on both sides could be sure that Wu Yuntian had definitely been tricked by Sua Xiaoduo. But as for how he had tricked him, they still couldn't figure it out. However, no matter how he had done it, this matter really made people feel good. When Sua Xiaoduo went forward to draw the lot, Wu Yuntian was so angry that he was twitching non-stop. He couldn't help but tremble, and his face was as white as paper. Even though they were separated by a short distance, he could still feel that Teacher Ma's gaze was as sharp as a sword as it swept over his body. And all of this was caused by Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo's face was still cautious, honest, simple, honest, and honest. He went forward to draw the lot obediently. Before he could even take a look, he heard Wu Yuntian beside him laughing heartily. His voice was filled with hatred as he said, Sua Xiaoduo, it's our turn next. Ha ha ha. Sua Xiaoduo opened it and deliberately made a surprised expression. Feng Hai 13 High School. Wu Yuntian was full of resentment. He finally found a chance to vent. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Sua Xiaoduo, you're destined to suffer retribution for using tricks to make trouble. Yes, you've successfully framed me now, but this afternoon will be the time for me to take my revenge. Everyone looked over and saw that Sua Xiaoduo seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then, he said angrily, Wu Yuntian, what do you mean? Are you trying to vent your anger on me because of what happened just now? So you want to kill me during the competition? Kill you? This sentence seemed to remind Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian laughed and said cruelly, Sua Xiaoduo, since it's our turn, do you dare to draw the lot for the life and death battle? Chapter 326. This was something that both sides had agreed upon in the morning, but people outside of the two schools didn't know about it. Sua Xiaoduo looked confused. What? Life and death ring? What is life and death ring? All the referees' faces changed when they heard this. Life and death ring. Wu Yuntian wanted to start a life and death ring because of this. You were exposed for scolding a teacher, and now you want to fight with the person who exposed you. If this wasn't pure revenge, then what was? It seemed that this guy's heart was narrow-minded and evil to a certain extent. On the stage, a female referee was already yelling, Wu Yuntian, calm down, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Zhuo Xiaoduo also had a look of understanding and comforted him, Wu Yuntian, you really have to calm down, it was just an accident. Besides, the teachers didn't blame you, right? You don't have to be so angry, it's important to calm down before a big battle. He was actually trying to be a good person. Wu Yuntian was completely mad at this moment, and he asked loudly, Zhuo Xiaoduo. You don't dare. You coward. This morning. Zhuo Xiaoduo interrupted him with a fierce expression, Who doesn't dare? I just feel that it's a bit too much to fight to the death over such a small matter. Wu Yuntian yelled, I'm only asking you if you dare. Do you sign it or not? Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were full of anger. He looked like a pitiful and honest student who was forced to the extreme, and even his breathing was heavy. After a while, he said with grief and indignation, You want to kill me over such a small matter? Wu Yuntian yelled, I already planned to fight with you in the life and death ring. Why, you don't dare to sign it? Who said I want to fight with you in the life and death ring? Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. Do you really want to kill me? Wu Yuntian's face was ferocious. Coward! You don't dare to admit what you promised. Are you afraid of death at this moment? You don't want to sign it. You don't dare. His interrogation grew more and more contemptuous, more and more angry, and more infuriated Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you coward! 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 Cowards who only know how to scheme against others, don't dare to fight me to the death. Who wouldn't dare? Zhuo Xiaoduo finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. At the judging panel, Teacher Ma reminded him loudly, Zhuo Xiaoduo, ignore him. This place. However, in that instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to have been provoked and lost his rationality. He shouted, Life and death arena it is. Wu Yuntian, you've gone too far. Today, I, iron-fisted young noble Zhuo Xiaoduo, will fight you to the death. His face was full of grief and indignation, and his whole body was full of grievances. He stomped his feet and shouted, What kind of quality is this? What kind of upbringing was this? You scolded your teacher in front of everyone, and you still think you're in the right? Do you have to fight to the death just because someone said you were wrong? All right, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Let's put aside who's stronger and who's weaker and who's stronger. I won't take this lying down even if I die. Let's fight then. Life and death arena it is. Who's afraid of who? Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more agitated. He jumped up and down on the stage, his expression more and more sorrowful. His mouth was like a cannon. What kind of world is this? Bah! That's the kind of person you are. He's just a scum of society when he grows up. He's going to fight to the death if he does something wrong. Who's afraid of you? I can't take it anymore. There's actually such a person in this world. His voice grew louder and louder. Coupled with his face full of indignation and cursing, Wu Yuntian's voice was completely drowned out by him. Wu Yuntian's heart was probably filled with the cruel pleasure of getting his revenge, so he didn't respond. Finally, I've caught you. Let's see how you're going to escape from the life and death arena. Let's see how you're going to frame me. Curse and be agitated. The louder you curse now, the worse you'll die later. On the stage, a few of the head judges stood up. It was obvious that they wanted to stop the fight. The life and death arena was never a small matter. The students who were able to make it here were the cream of the crop from their respective universities. They were all geniuses from different universities. If any of them died, it would be a loss. Moreover, the students who were able to make it this far usually had their own families behind them. If any of them died here, it would cause a huge uproar and cause endless trouble. When Wu Yuntian saw this, he was afraid that someone would stop the life and death arena. He shouted, "Zhuo Xiaoduo." Zhuo Xiaoduo stared back at him with red eyes. "Why are you calling me your father? Life and death arena. Clap your hands and swear. Do you dare? You think I'm afraid of you? Come on. Clap, clap, clap." Wait. On the stage, Teacher Ma, who was the head judge, flew up and shouted to stop them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhuo Xiaoduo's and Wu Yuntian's palms had already collided. There were 3 consecutive sounds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, clapping their hands and swearing an oath, the life and death arena could not be changed. These 2 students were not just students. They were also the team leaders of their respective universities. They represented the reputation of their respective universities. Now, if anyone took a step back, the entire university would not be able to raise their heads. They would be scolded for being cowardly for many years. The tragedy that was destined to happen could not be undone. In the life and death arena, one must die. Moreover, these 2 were the team leaders. After drawing lots, it was no longer a matter of 2 people but 2 teams. The life and death arena of 2 teams. Sigh. Teacher Ma's long face was filled with anxiety. He pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo and was exasperated. You. Can't you tolerate this temper of yours? Zhuo Xiaoduo said respectfully, "Don't worry, Teacher Ma. This is just my temper. I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. If there's anything I don't like, I'll say it. This temper of mine has caused a lot of trouble. It's okay, I'm used to it." Teacher Ma sighed. "This is the life and death arena." Zhuo Xiaoduo said righteously, "Everything is destined to be like this. It's fate." This student would like to be so bold as to say that this kind of despicable person, regardless of whether I hear or see him, I will still say what I have to say. This time, next time, it will always be the same. Good boy. Teacher Ma sighed softly. You must be careful. If you don't die and can pass this stage, you can consider joining Huayang Gaolu. Thank you, Teacher Ma. At the side, Wu Yuntian also bowed solemnly. Teacher Ma. I really didn't. Teacher Ma snorted and turned to leave. A student like you, no matter how high your aptitude is, Huayang Gaolu will never accept you. A student who doesn't respect his teachers, no matter how high his talent is, no matter how great his future achievements are, can you expect him to give back to his school? Do you dare to count on him? Moreover, he scolded me. Wu Yuntian. In the stands, Li Qingqiu's face was gloomy. He muttered, Huayang Gaolu. So what if you're Huayang Gaolu? You actually said it as if it's a famous school. If I didn't know, I would think it's one of the 3 famous schools. TSK, you don't know your limits. Humph. They were far apart from each other, and it was very noisy. He thought that Teacher Ma wouldn't be able to hear him. But, unfortunately, since the incident just now, Teacher Ma had been paying attention to all the students of Fenghai 13 High School and the 2 leading teachers. He spread out his divine sense to capture the movements on the other side. All of a sudden, with a long roar, Teacher Ma leaped several hundred meters into the air and slapped Teacher Li's face. Then, he gave him a round of beatings. After a round of beating, Mr. Ma stood up again. He pointed at himself and scolded, "You're right, my Huayang High School is not a famous school. I don't even know how long my face is. But I'll say it here today. In the future, no one from Fenghai 13 High School will be accepted by Huayang Gaolu. We can't afford it." Li Qingqiu covered his swollen and bleeding face and didn't dare to make a sound. Even if the other teachers didn't understand what happened here, when they heard Teacher Ma's words and saw Li Qingqiu's face, they immediately understood. In an instant, many teachers' eyes were filled with anger. Even if you're dissatisfied with this teacher, don't involve the school. Huayang Gaolu is not a famous school. Then Fenghai 13 High School is a famous school. This teacher Li Qingqiu actually rose to the level of Huayang Gaolu because of Teacher Ma's face. He deserved to be beaten to death. Then, everyone's thoughtful eyes focused on Wu Yuntian again. With such a teacher, it was possible for this student to scold the teacher in a low voice on the stage. At this time, all the students from Fenghai 13 High School were pale. This time, Fenghai 13 High School was famous. A student was caught secretly scolding the referee teacher on the stage. Not only that, the student's teacher was also caught scolding someone else's school. This was simply an unlucky day. At this moment, all the teachers from the various high martial arts schools were looking at them with undisguised disgust. Sua Xiaoduo. Wu Yuntian shouted furiously, "Sign the life and death agreement." He took it for granted that Sua Xiaoduo was to blame for all the mistakes and all the consequences. If this bastard didn't frame him, how could things have come to this point? Well, although he thought so, it wasn't wrong. Because it was the truth. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Our competition will only start in the afternoon." It's not a competition, it's a life and death battle. On the opposite side, 6 people, including Wu Yuntian, roared together. Their aura was actually very strong. The way they looked at Sua Xiaoduo was full of undisguised murderous intent. On the other side of the stage, Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others were all in admiration. Even Yu Moyan, who had been thinking about it, knew clearly that if he was on the stage, he would never be able to cause such a big storm. Only someone like Sua Xiaoduo, who was sinister and cunning, would be able to seize the slightest opportunity and use a combination of punches to make the entire school unable to make a comeback. They had to admit defeat. Sinister, too sinister, a true sinister old fox. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced and full of admiration. Long Yuxing and the others were in admiration. Sua's maneuver was godly. Chapter 327. Sua Xiaoduo was also surprised by the current situation. He was just used to taking advantage of every loophole in the enemy and creating traps out of habit. In fact, his original intention was very simple and pure. After the winner and loser of the life and death arena was clear, he could still stand on the high ground of righteousness. That way, he would have a legitimate reason to kill Wu Yuntian. This was very important. Someone would definitely die this time, but this was not the key point. The key point was that there would definitely be revenge after the death, whether it was from Fenghai High School number 13 or the family of the deceased. It was for this reason that Sua Xiaoduo was eager to lock down the dead person in this battle. Perhaps Wan Lixiu was not afraid of revenge, but Long Yuxing and the others might not be able to withstand it. If they all came for him, he might not be afraid of them. Sai, Long Yuxing and the others were too honest after all. But in this way, the moral high ground became extremely important, especially crucial. The first step was to tarnish Wu Yuntian's reputation. There were so many teachers around, and the evidence was vague, but that was enough. The second step was to continue the same before the final battle and make the situation worse. The third step was to kill the person involved. The fourth step. To wait for the other party to come for revenge, and then, I am the witness of the whole world, what right do you have to take revenge on me? Everyone had seen what had happened back then. The fifth step after that, your family is so unreasonable, I will call on all the witnesses to destroy you. This was not completely impossible. At the very least, some people would intervene because of this. That would be a free help. As long as today was done well, all of this was possible. Masters was acting was like an award-winning actor, and the situation was carried out perfectly according to his script. But what he did not expect was that the leader of the other party, Teacher Li Qingqiu, would be so cooperative when he just wanted to settle the life and death arena. The words that were whispered at the bottom were simply too awesome. And the most awesome thing was, he was caught red-handed by the person involved, Teacher Horseface. It was even more wonderful. Too cooperative, I didn't even want to ruin your school directly, but now you are pushing your own school into the toilet. I believe that this way, all the teachers in the entire competition venue will be on my side. This will lay down a solid foundation for me to deal with you all in the future. The above is an excerpt from the Zuoxiao Duo Life and Death Arena Event Standard Format Work Report. Zuoxiao Duo had already learned one thing: always occupy the moral high ground. Furthermore, he had to stand on it, and he had to continue standing there. No matter who it is, I will stand on it. With this as the foundation, he would be able to defeat any enemy with ease. Zuoxiao's usual routine was, you think I've thought of the first step, but I've already thought of the ninth step. In fact, I've already thought of the end point, your end point. This was the essence of Master's was life philosophy. The drawing of lots ended. In the afternoon, Phoenix City's 2nd high school fought against Fenghai City's 13th high school. This news swept through the entire city like a hurricane. So much so that the spectator seats in the first competition area were completely filled before lunchtime. Yes, it was filled. It wasn't as simple as just filling up the seats. Although there were no crawlers or hangers, there were many people standing and squatting. The entire seating area was filled to the brim. Even further ahead, countless live streamers had set up their cameras. Thousands of mobile phones were already on standby, ready for battle. Our countrymen were like this. Perhaps there would only be a few people who would really fight. However, there would always be an endless number of people watching the show. They didn't care who won or lost, who was righteous or evil, who was wronged or who was plotting. They didn't care about all of this. They only cared about whether their live stream would be popular, whether they could bring in topics and traffic, whether they could cash in and raise money for them. As for the rest, they only cared about watching the show, and nothing else. Yes, it would be more exciting if their heads were knocked off. It didn't matter if they had the head of a hero or a hooligan. As long as it was exciting. You're going to fight in the afternoon. Hu Ruoyun looked at Zuoxiao Duo. Although it was a question, her tone was firm. Zuoxiao Duo smiled slightly. Teacher Hu, your justice naturally needs to be brought back by your own student. Hu Ruoyun's eyes were watery. She smiled in an unusually gratified manner. Then she said softly, Xiao Duo, the life and death arena is not an ordinary competition. You must remember, don't hold back. Although most of the people who die in the life and death arena are weak, it's not like there aren't any strong people who die in the life and death arena. And the strong people who die in the life and death arena, there is only one reason for their death, and that is mercy. Hu Ruoyun warned word by word. Zuoxiao Duo took a deep breath. I won't. What do you mean by being soft-hearted? Yes. The rest is to pay attention to your safety. If you feel that your life is in danger, you must immediately jump down from the arena. Hu Ruoyun said in a low voice, don't be afraid of losing face. After jumping down from the arena, your life will be saved. I understand. Luo Lai also came over to warn him. However, compared to their worries, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were full of confidence in Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were confident that he would win. When had this kid ever fought a battle that he was not confident in? No, not even once. The same advice also appeared among the few people in Fenghai City's 13th high school. Li Qingqiu and the other teacher in charge of the team guided them patiently, giving instructions to the entire team. Your ability to hide your cultivation is your greatest weapon. There is no point in hiding it now. When you fight, don't hold back. But be careful, once you attack, it must be a fatal blow. Don't give the opponent a chance to recover. Yes, teacher. When we fight in the afternoon, the opponent will most likely send Zhuo Xiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. Since Zhuo Xiaoduo is known as the Iron Fist Young Master, he must be very accomplished in his fists. Don't fight with him rashly before you know his strength. According to Luo Lai, Zhuo Xiaoduo's ability is at least above Long Yuxin, Yu Moyan, and the rest who have already fought. This is especially true in terms of fist techniques. Be careful. Understood. With your cultivation bases, I'm not worried at all. Gao Yener, Gao Pinger, the two of you. Teacher, we must fight. Gao Yener's beautiful eyes were spitting fire. Zhuo Xiaoduo has humiliated me. I will never let him go. I must kill him with my own hands. Li Qingqiu's face showed hesitation. I am afraid you are not Zhuo Xiaoduo's opponent. Gao Yener gritted her teeth and said that Zhuo Xiaoduo only has innate realm cultivation, while we sisters have already broken through to the embryonic breathing realm. If we still can't win, what's the point of living? If we can't wash away such humiliation with our own hands, what's the point of living on? Li Qingqiu and the other teacher leading the team were silent for a while. Both of their hearts were filled with disapproval. You call this a great humiliation? If you didn't provoke the other teacher, would he scold you? It's more like you brought it upon yourself. The so-called karma is nothing more than this. However, they definitely couldn't say that about their own students in front of them. You can discuss and decide on the specifics of the battle formation. The other teacher leading the team said, there is one thing that is especially important. In the life and death ring, if you can kill your opponent, you naturally have to kill without leaving any leeway. However, if you realize that you have lost your chance of winning and your life is in danger at any time, you must not be afraid of losing face and jump out of the ring immediately. If you lose your face, you still have a chance to win it back. Once you lose your life, you will really lose everything. The two teachers retreated, leaving the 6 people to discuss tactics. Teacher Li, even if you can go back this time, I'm afraid that you will be in big trouble. Just like Zhuo Xiaoduo, although they kept reminding, the teachers of Fenghai City Martial Arts School were very confident in their own student strength. They felt that they would never lose. They even felt that this time, Fenghai City Martial Arts School was more prepared and stronger than every year. They were going straight for the championship. This time. Sigh. Li Qingqiu sighed instinctively after comforting his students. It was a matter that only he understood for the time being, and he had to face it. This time, he was in big trouble. Today's accident made almost all the teachers of high martial arts schools have a bad impression of himself and the students of Fenghai City. This influence was extremely bad. Not only did it affect the perception of Wu Yuntian and the others, but it also affected the promotion of the other students of the school. Let's wait until we win in the afternoon and talk about the follow-up. Li Qingqiu frowned. I didn't expect that the student of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School to be so insidious. However, as long as our school can win the championship, or even the top 3, we can still recover a considerable amount of influence. But If nothing will happen. As long as we can kill as many students of Phoenix City No. 2 Middle School as possible, the momentum will naturally come back to our side. Another teacher comforted. I hope so. Li Qingqiu regretted just thinking about it. Why did he have to provoke Hu Ruoyun? The series of events that had occurred were truly unexpected. 1:30 in the afternoon. The competition had not yet started, but the spectator stands were already crowded. Even the aisles were full of people. There were really a lot of people waiting for a ticket. The first few rows of the spectator stands were basically all high martial arts teachers. Some of them simply stood in front of the ring with their hands behind their backs, just watching. Teacher Luo Yanling was in a tight suit, standing in the front position, always on guard. Her purpose was to be ready to rescue at any time. As for breaking the rules, I'm just saving the students. Besides, even if I break the rules, who dares to come up? Whoever comes up, I'll shout that I want to catch a hooligan. Teacher Luo had already made up her mind. Of course, this preferential treatment she only intended to give to Yu Moyin. Even if the other geniuses performed better, she would not be tempted. She only had eyes for Yu Moyin. She had taken a fancy to this seemingly honest and quiet child. Chapter 328. 2:00 in the afternoon. With the sound of the bell, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wu Yuntian stood on the left and right of the ring respectively. Above them, the high school teachers had already prepared the life and death agreement. Horse-faced teacher Ma stepped forward and read out the various matters expressionlessly. Once the life and death agreement is signed, there will be no regrets. Now, you still have the chance to go back on your word. No one is allowed to interfere. Wu Yuntian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you coward. Are you going back on your word? Zhuo Xiaoduo did not even look at him. He said firmly, as a man, what joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? After saying that, he took a step forward and took the lead to pick up a pen and sign his name. Wu Yuntian laughed. Straightforward. You're a real man. He signed his name too. Teacher Ma sighed and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Take care. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Ma held the life and death agreement in his hand and walked around the ring. He read it out loud again for everyone to bear witness. At this point, the competition officially began. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not go down from the ring. He just stood there while Wu Yuntian went back to arrange the deployment. The life and death agreement was signed by the two captains. It was equivalent to the two teams. There was no room for carelessness in the tactical arrangements. Especially when the strength of the opposing team was not to be underestimated, there was no room for carelessness. But now, Wu Yuntian felt that the other side had added at least 30% or more. Zhuo Xiaoduo, the candidate for the battle, was left on the ring. At the very least, he was a participant in the first battle. He was no different from a live target. At this moment, all they needed to do was to figure out how to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was too advantageous. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood on the stage, looking like a handsome young man. He was tall, had a fair complexion, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Every aspect of him was proof that he was a handsome young master in this chaotic world. Coupled with his righteous aura and honest face, he looked like the honest and reliable type. Just looking at him made many female audience members fall in love with him. This child is really not bad. This figure is really strong. One look and I can tell that he has a good personality. Very honest, very honest. Yeah. I hope he doesn't lose. On the stage, Zhuo Xiaoduo maintained his honest and sincere demeanor. He took a few steps forward and suddenly revealed a somewhat bashful smile. Seemingly a little embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, My name is Xiaoduo. Cough cough, I'm a student of Phoenix City's second high school. I've been practicing martial arts since I was young. Everyone gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Young Master. Actually, my family is very poor. I don't deserve the name Young Master. Everyone was speechless. You're focusing on the wrong thing, kid. You should be worried that your nickname of Iron Fist Young Master has exposed too much. How could it be related to the question of whether or not she was worthy of a gongzi? This is my first time fighting in the life and death arena, and I've never fought with such rules before. Xiaoduo's face was simple and honest. He scratched his head and said, That's why I have a few questions to ask the judges. He turned around and bowed seriously. I hope the judges can answer my questions while you're busy. The judges all liked this honest, courteous, and honest kid very much. Compared to a certain person's bad performance, he was much better. They spoke almost at the same time. What questions do you have? Just say it. We'll answer it for you. Xiaoduo said, What I'm worried about is actually after I win. Because if I lose, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Everyone smiled at the same time, but they felt their hearts clench. What a good child, so honest. What I want to ask is, if I kill the other party, will the family behind them take revenge on me? I heard that the contestants who can represent a school are either very strong themselves or have a family behind them that is very powerful. Xiaoduo looked worried. My family is just an ordinary family. What I'm most worried about is bringing disaster to my family. Now, everyone had a better impression of this kid. Teacher Ma looked kind and said, I'll answer your question for you. In the life and death arena, as long as the life and death agreement is signed, it's a personal grudge between the signatories. There are no regrets in life and no regrets in death. If you die, you die. If you die without regrets. Since there are no regrets, you won't be allowed to take revenge. Xiaoduo said worriedly, People are born biased. Even if the rules don't allow it, the relatives of the deceased may not be willing to give up on revenge. If something happens after that, what should we do? Teacher Ma said solemnly, As long as you're still breathing, spread this news. All of the teachers here will testify for you and support you. We're not supporting you, we're supporting the rules. No one is allowed to trample on the rules. There was once someone who died in the life and death arena, and the family took revenge. Later, this family was completely wiped out by the joint forces of various parties. There's a precedent for this. Everyone knows that if anyone deliberately violates this taboo, they're seeking death. There's a reason for this. Many teachers nodded. Indeed, this was the truth. The life and death arena is a matter of honor for a martial artist. Life and death are things that a martial artist has to face at all times. Since you've signed the contract, you have to abide by it. The whole continent is bearing witness to it. Xiaoduo said, I don't doubt Teacher Ma's words, but I'm just an ordinary student. I'm still worried. Consider it as me being petty. Can you give me the contact details of all the teachers? If something happens to me in the future, I can get someone to spread the news. This way, the people who break the contract will not be able to get away scot-free and ignore the rules. Okay, no problem. The teachers agreed and left their phone numbers one after another. Xiaoduo recorded it seriously and bowed, Thank you teachers, thank you teachers. Really. My heart is filled with warmth. In this world, there are still many good people. All the teachers are righteous and have students all over the world. You're really my role model. Phoenix City's second high school. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai lowered their heads and massaged their temples. To outsiders, they seemed to be sad, but in reality, they were trying their best to endure. This kid was really good at acting. As for Long Yusheng and the others, their faces were immediately filled with heartfelt admiration. They were even gasping in amazement. It was a marvelous sight. Zhua's acting was really too strong. They believed that just this act alone was enough to make the opponent's mind unstable and furious. It was expected that their battle strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he had accumulated a strong network of contacts for himself. These contacts were all connections, and they were all very high-level ones at that. They were all teachers from various high martial arts schools. Which one of them had a lower cultivation level than Hua Yun? Zhuo was really making a fortune. This was all knowledge. He had to learn it. It was really awesome. Long Yusheng and the rest's thoughts were not wrong at all. On the opposite side, the first contestant, Gao Yener, who was dressed in white, had already stood up. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's side seemed to be holding a press conference. They kept exchanging contact details and did not have any intention of responding to Gao Yener. However, the other side's communicators were all judges and high martial arts teachers. Gao Yener did not dare to interrupt at all. She could only stand and watch from the side. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo bowing continuously. He was honest and sincere, and his mouth was as sweet as honey. All kinds of pretentious actions made her hate him so much that her heart was about to split open. She was fuming with anger. Even her heart was beating faster and her temples were throbbing. You're so fucking polite. Why are you participating in this competition? Why are you learning martial arts? This bastard. After a long time, Zhou Xiaoduo was finally done with his work. He bowed respectfully and made a circle with his hands clasped in front of his chest. Thank you, teachers. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, would like to invite all the teachers here to be witnesses. In this life and death arena, if our Phoenix City Second High School loses and dies in battle, we will still have no complaints. No one is allowed to take revenge for us. Otherwise, we will bear the name of martial artists in the underworld. No regrets in victory or defeat, no complaints in life or death. Zhou Xiaoduo said passionately, this is the declaration of I, the Iron Fist Young Master, Zhou Xiaoduo, in the life and death battle. There was a round of applause. It was very warm. Opposite him, Gao Yener's face was red with anger. She said, Zhou Xiaoduo, you pervert, are you done? Hearing this, many people's faces turned ugly. Pervert? How did he pervert you? He hasn't even spoken to you, okay? Zhou Xiaoduo turned his head and said apologetically, please wait for a moment, miss. I only have one sentence to say. Why are you so talkative? Gao Yener was impatient. If you have something to say it quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said loudly, I only have one last sentence to say. If there's any misfortune, please transfer all my assets and resources to my family. Also, I hope that I can be buried in peace. Thank you for coming to bear witness. Zhou Xiaoduo faced east and bowed deeply. Then, he faced north and bowed deeply. Then, he faced west and bowed deeply. Then, he faced south and bowed deeply. His expression was sorrowful, his face was solemn, his face was honest, and his body was full of righteousness. Awe-inspiring. Many people stood up from the audience and bowed back. Some people even shouted, Iron Fist Young Master, you won't lose. We have faith in you. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed again. On the other side, Gao Yener was so angry that she wanted to tear Zhou Xiaoduo apart. Are you here to worship the heavens and earth? Is that right? Is that right? Zhou Xiaoduo finally turned around with a solemn face. Miss, are you ready? Do you have anything to say? This is a matter of life and death. Gao Yener almost couldn't catch her breath. She said angrily, when are you going to stop talking? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, Miss, this is a matter of life and death in the life and death arena. Don't blame me for being ruthless and not knowing how to be gentle with you. After all, it's either you die or I die. As he spoke, he stood up straight and solemnly performed a meticulous martial arts etiquette. He said, Miss, please. Then, he slowly moved his right leg back and slowly squatted down. He clenched his fists, one in front and one behind, and got into a fighting posture. He shouted again, please. He was elegant, well-mannered, handsome, confident, and elegant. Many people's eyes lit up and said secretly, good. It was really, a stranger like Jade, the young master is unparalleled, looking for monthly votes. Looking for recommendation votes. Looking for subscriptions. Sixth watch wahahaha, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.